never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is expected to soon have his big, beautiful bill on his desk. White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt said she anticipates the spending bill to be ready for the president's signature by the 4th of July.
This is the largest tax cut for working and middle-class Americans in history, and it's going to put more money into the pockets of hardworking Americans.
Democrats say the bill cuts Medicaid and other social safety nets by billions of dollars. Republicans call those much-needed reforms to the programs that will cut the deficit. The White House says President Trump has ended Iran's nuclear threat once and for all. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said Iran was weeks away from developing a nuclear weapon before Trump ordered the sites to be obliterated.
The objective of Operation Midnight Hammer was to destroy the regime's nuclear enrichment capacity and stop the grave nuclear threat posed to the United States, Israel, and the rest of the free world. The mission was an overwhelming success.
The White House has been playing defense, trying to debunk a leaked intel report suggesting Iran's nuclear program has been delayed but not destroyed. Leavitt was pivoting, saying the Trump administration now looks forward to peace and prosperity in the region. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is looking into last weekend's inaugural deployment of Tesla's self-driving robo-taxis.
The service launched in Austin, Texas, with influencers using the service and posting videos of their trips. Those videos have drawn the attention of the government, however, after some of the cars appear to have difficulty with traffic laws, like speeding and crossing double yellow lines. The agency says it's in contact with Tesla and trying to get more information. I'm Matt Mattinson.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 404 points. The S&P 500 rose by 48 points. The Nasdaq gained 194 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
The Trump administration has sued federal judges in Maryland over an order which blocks the immediate removal of any detained alien who requests a court hearing.
The Justice Department filed the lawsuit against the chief judge of the U.S. District Court in Maryland, claiming the order interferes with the executive branch's powers. The administration has asked for a court ruling which would make the order unlawful, as well as an injunction to stop its enforcement. The Justice Department is also seeking to have the judges recuse themselves. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
A former attorney of President Trump is being disbarred in New York.
A panel of judges on New York's mid-level appeals court ruled that Kenneth Chesebro, who helped devise President Trump's alternate elector strategy in 2020, should be disbarred due to his guilty plea in Georgia's probe of the matter. His New York license was suspended last fall and still faces criminal charges in Wisconsin over his role there in the scheme. I'm Chris Coraggio.
A fireball shooting across the sky in the southeast drew plenty of attention today. David Pepper saw the fireball in the sky from his office window in Greenville, South Carolina.
And it was very bright, and it was unusual for during the daytime to see something that bright.
The American Meteor Society is calling it a bolide, an exceptionally bright meteor that can be accompanied by a sonic boom. This happened not long before 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, with sighting reports coming in from Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Tennessee. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain.
Just like that, away we go. Hey, ready or not, looking toward the weekend. As we turn the page on the calendar, Friday. Indeed, here comes a Friday. Matter of fact, the final Friday here in the month of June. Can you believe next weekend, next Friday, Independence Day? The countdown is on. So, welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A partly cloudy night outside the Secret Bunkers, Southwest Ohio. Another warm, muggy night, though. 77 degrees at this hour. A lot of moisture in the air. But the big story, weather-wise, all throughout the week had been the incredible long-duration heat wave that finally begins to break down. We are seeing cooler temperatures dropping from north to south. In parts of the Northeast. And a frontal system bringing some showers, thunderstorms along the periphery of what had been the heat dome as it continues to shrink in size. We've got some torrential rains coming down tonight in parts of central and north central West Virginia. Matter of fact, we've had numerous flash flood warnings. That's the big picture. I mean, one flash flood warning after another. Some areas have seen 2 to 4 inches of rain in a very short period of time. Some additional stronger storms over into central Maryland that are producing severe thunderstorm warnings, 60-mile-an-hour winds. So heads up there in the Northeast. Additional showers and thunderstorms, kind of spotty. Northern portions of Virginia, again into central portions of Maryland tonight. A more organized line of showers and thunderstorms impacting areas from northern portions of Minnesota right down through the heart of Wisconsin tonight, then stretching on down through the southeastern corner of Iowa. Some heavy rains in northern and west central portions of Missouri. We see some additional flooding issues there in portions of the Texas Panhandle region tonight with those spotty showers and thunderstorms. So that'll definitely slow you down. But yeah, watch for the standing water, the ponding of water on the roadways. Yeah, pull up the latest from the central Maryland. Now that is the severe thunderstorm, 60-mile-an-hour winds, okay. The system moving north at like 15 miles per hour, but along that leading edge, definitely some gusty winds. Aside from that, not a bad night for trailer trucking elsewhere around the country. Most of the western USA is relatively quiet, all's quiet through the Four Corners region. We do have some showers and thunderstorms there in western portion or eastern Montana and western portions of North Dakota. Some of those are dropping some pretty torrential rains as well. But we look toward a big travel week in the week ahead. Some folks will be getting an early start over the upcoming weekend, making a full week's vacation out of it. Weather-wise, as we look ahead, a relatively quiet start to the 2025 hurricane season. Tropical experts kind of honing in on an area of interest along the southeast coast that could indeed impact July 4 weekend plans in that region. Well, we've only had one named storm in the Atlantic Basin so far, Andrea, which didn't last 24 hours earlier this week. If development occurs near the southeast coast early next week, any new tropical storm would take on the name Barry. Now, before any potential development occurs, forecasters warned that thunderstorms will prevail over the next week. After that heat peaks over the interior southeast, we're going to see a pattern transition into one that favors the increase for showers and thunderstorms into early July. While much of the southeast is drought-free right now, the Thursday morning release from the Drought Monitor, portions of the Florida Peninsula will get some much-needed rain over the next several days, much to the chagrin of Sunshine State vacationers. Sometimes when a summertime dip in the jet stream lingers near the Gulf and the southwestern Atlantic, we can see that tropical development. Wind shear, which is an inhibitor for development, is expected to be fairly low In the outlook area, ocean water temperatures in the Gulf are indeed above average. If anything forms, heavy rain looks to be the primary impacts at this point. Tropical downpours in early July oftentimes can drop an inch of rain in a very short amount of time. The spin in the atmosphere can lead to waterspouts as well near the coast, which combined with heavy rain can really put a damper, ruin your days at the beach. Any more significant impacts in the form of strong winds, coastal erosion, or tidal flooding, that's going to depend on if a tropical storm can develop over the July 4 weekend. Now, with the hurricane season nearly a month old in the Atlantic, a month and a half in parts of the eastern Pacific, the next couple of weeks are largely expected to be quiet. Unlike the Atlantic basin, the eastern Pacific has experienced a flurry of activity to start the season. They've seen 5 storms already named, including 2 that became hurricanes. There may be another tropical entity to track there here in the coming days. A possible tropical rainstorm or tropical storm could bring some locally heavy rain to parts of southern Mexico's coastal areas into the upcoming weekend. Next name on the Eastern Pacific list would be Flossie. Outside the area of potential development near the southeast U.S. coast, the rest of the Atlantic basin from the Caribbean to the central and northern Atlantic looks to remain quiet for the first 10 days, likely into the month of July. So obviously, a lot of folks are going to be paying attention to that weather elsewhere in the lower 48 as, 70-some million will be traveling for the Independence Day holiday. Hello to Philly Dan. Here we go. TGIF. Yes, sirree. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Just left the gym with my son. It's like working out with Captain America. How about that? Saddle up, Nocturnal listeners, the midnight hour, and it is TGIF. Hello, Pappy. That's right, Friday. For the last time this week, somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust is the hotshot secret hidden bunker. Throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. Overnight drive, hammer down. It's 844-844-3388. Don't be a scarecrow. Be a part of the show. 74 degrees, Harrison, Ohio at this hour. Wonder what it is in Scarecrow's neck of the woods. I'm thinking cooler, right? A little disappointed in the press secretary's press conference this morning. I was hoping to see some chrome-plated bracelets on someone, a.k.a. the leaker, but nonetheless, snuggle up to whoever, whatever, crack open whatever that cold beverage you have in the cooler, and let's get the party on here. Good deal. Good morning to Marianne. Have yourself a wonderful weekend. Roy checks in from Northwest Illinois. A cloudy night, 79 degrees, so still warm there in Northwest Illinois. Okay, you're looking for some cooler weather, aren't you? Gary, good morning, Steve, and all the overnight crew. Happy Casual Friday. I-77 northbound tonight. There's Shorty at the North Carolina-Virginia line with 79 degrees as well. We are Columbus bound. Hello to the ice cream man. Tank in the house. TGIF 82 degrees here in eastern Oklahoma tonight. Eastbound and down toward the home 20. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day and a great weekend. Hello from Bob in Michigan there. Bell from Roscoe, Illinois checks in. Good afternoon. There's Larry Hammerdown. Be safe. Good morning from Jerry. Praying for everyone that is in need. Thanks to Hotshot Secret for putting the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive show on for us. And tell them you love them every chance you get. There's the boss man checking in Marion, Illinois tonight. So far, we've got clear, safe travels to all clear conditions. Country Bumpkin checking in from a sweltering somewhere. The message cut off there, Country Bumpkin. Let's see. There's Buddy, 72, humid after some thunderstorms in Harford County, Maryland. Officiating my niece's wedding tomorrow. Then going to try to make it to a few races in nearby Pennsylvania for the Central PA Sprint Car Speed Week. We're talking 10 races, 10 days in a row at 8 different tracks. That's going to be awesome. So a lot of dirt track racing. That's pretty cool. Pennsylvania fans, get out there and check out some of the action. There's Uncle Chops. Good morning, Steve, the Overnight Drive crew. Listeners out there on a casual Friday. Cripshot is in the house. Steve, can you bring us some cool weather? I don't know about cool, but how about a little bit cooler? Rather than the triple-digit heat indices. I think we're talking, we're going to be kind of stuck at about the 90-degree mark, a few degrees above, below over the next week, the way things are looking in our area. There it is, Waterford, Michigan, Country Bunkman's Stay Hydrated Overnight Drive family, and continued prayers for Knucklebuster and the family. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, 84 degrees in Indianapolis tonight, with the powerful chrome-plated cow truck loaded like a freight train, wound up tight, pointed south to the land of Dixie. It's an epic night on the boulevard for some high-speed trailer trucking. Mr. Gouger is headed for the Lone Star to deliver his soon-to-be former chicken truck. So we now enter a short shout-out hiatus as a way to honor the memory. All right. Safe travels there, Gouger. One last time. One last stop. All right, Bob, stay alert, give thanks, pray for our deployed active duty out there. And Buckeye Boy from, where are we at? New Holland, Ohio, 73 degrees. Had a good ride up with Wildcat, hanging out with my good friends, Trentley Tridright, and his lovely wife, April Wine. Got into some rain and minor traffic, otherwise not a bad journey. Having lunch with one of Wildcat's sister-in-laws later in the day today. Then we'll see what's going on next. The plans are kind of fluid. So have a great night, a better weekend. Everybody, be careful out there. 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Couple of other folks checking in. Eskimo Mom, Howley, Overnight Drive Nation, where it's actually her hump day. Happy Friday, whatever day. 1 week till Independence Day. which for most of us grocery haulers is actually just a normal work day. We got the normal run tonight, except for the traffic and road work. Good night for trailer trucking. Hazy skies, a humid night, 78 degrees. Interstate 71 in Kentucky. All right, be safe out there. Have a good weekend when you get to it. Hello to Carl. Good morning. I've started my vacation until the 13th of July. How about that? Congratulations to the Monkey Gouger on his fantastic career. I've got about 19 months to go. All right, there's JS, Jack Shish Kebab. Morning, Steve. 73 degrees here along I-80 near Colfax, Iowa tonight. Have a great day, everybody. Truck safe out there. Daniel, 69 here in Sumner, Washington tonight. Everybody have a good night. Be safe if you're driving out there. And there's Rick B. in Portsmouth, who says gas is at $2.55 per gallon. Wow. Ain't seen $2.55 in a long time in my area, I'll tell you that. Well, we might as well get it out of the way. Morning, Captain Ron.
Yeah, good morning. It's the greatest, not the greatest day of the week, but it's one day closer. I didn't even know what day it was when I called in last time. But yeah, we're one day closer to the greatest day of the week.
Yes, indeed. Happy Friday. So what's on tap for your weekend? Anything?
A late scheduled Father's Day dinner for me and birthday dinner for the better half.
Yeah.
That's going to be Saturday. The daughter's taking us out. I don't know where. I guess if she's paying, I guess anywhere's good, right?
Absolutely. Free dinners is free. It's for me. That's always good.
Right. So it's about 75 degrees just north of Gainesville, Florida tonight. Hasn't been too awful bad at nighttime down here, but still got the humidity, as always.
Mm-hmm.
So you got the hacienda all ready for that watermelon.
The watermelon roast, yeah.
Yeah, the watermelon roasting and the fireworks display, right?
Absolutely.
I heard there's going to be free parking and everything. You got the fireworks already?
I was just going to say, no, I have not checked into any fireworks yet. I'm kind of wondering what is gone. I mean, fireworks are always expensive, but since they got that tariff, the tariff thing with China, right. I'm curious if they're through the roof this year, or maybe the fireworks distributors had them all in storage before the tariffs kicked in. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah, but they'll still charge you those tariff prices.
Right, because they got to replace them. They say.
That's just like the gas is in the ground, in the tanks. They'll raise. That ain't the gas. They're not charging for the gas that's in the ground. They're charging it for the current price. We're down around. I saw it tonight for $2.89 in Hillsborough County.
Okay.
Right around the work. I don't know. I thought it would have gone up, but hopefully not. So those nuclear sites, what are the odds that those are connected to that couple of planefuls of money that went there from Obama?
Yeah, like the $7.
I wonder if that had anything to do with
that $7 billion. Yes, sir. I guarantee we participated in helping them build them facilities.
Yeah, exactly. Not that we wanted to. It was that administration, though.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't have much else for tonight. I guess I'll give Knuckle Buster my Semper Fi shout out and prayers for his family, and thank you for taking my call. And I'll be here Monday night to bring in the greatest day of the week.
That sounds like a plan. Yes, I'll be here Monday, and you can kick off my greatest day of the week for a short work week, right? Because like so many others, going to be taking a little extended Independence Day weekend. All right, Cap and Ron, safe travels. Enjoy that free, late Father's Day dinner. I'll take it. News coming down this past day. More investment and manufacturing coming back to the USA. GE Appliances will invest $490 million to move washing machine production from China to its headquarters in Louisville, Kentucky, creating 800 new jobs. This includes the production of over 15 models of front-load washing machines, part of their broader strategy to consolidate their manufacturing operations in the United States, and aligns with the current economic and policy trends. We'll give you more on that. That's more investment in the USA. We'll be able to purchase made in the USA washing machines with the GE logo.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the U.S. has signed a trade deal with China. Trump made the quick remark during an event for his big, beautiful bill.
Do you remember a few months ago, the press was saying, do you really have anybody of any interest? Well, we just signed with China yesterday, right? Just signed with China.
The White House has not yet confirmed that deal with China has been officially reached. More companies are agreeing to end the use of certain synthetic dyes in food and drink products.
Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. announced on Thursday Nestle and ConAgra say they will eliminate their use in all of their products by 2026 and 2027, respectively.
We're getting this extraordinary outpouring of enthusiasm and cooperation.
Kennedy said he's pleased the companies are volunteering to make the moves without his agency getting involved. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Thanks for gathering around. Good to have you with us as we kick off a Friday. I'm going to give you more on the nearly $500 million investment coming to Louisville with GE Appliances coming back from China. Obviously, first, let me get to the two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Lauren. You're in West Virginia, I see.
No, I'm actually in Indiana, but one of our trucks is stuck right there at the just south of the last toll booth northbound on the West Virginia Turnpike, and there's reporting that there's been a mudslide or something. They've been sitting there several hours. The highway's closed.
Okay, so that's we were talking flooding rains. That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, and I know. I got Shorty Morris. I hit him up on Messenger because I know he's running up through that way. And Shorty, if you're listening, I'm going to send you Brent's number here in a few minutes, and you can call him. But they aren't moving, and he doesn't know when they're going to get moving or not. So I hope they get cleaned up. I'm going to be loading North Carolina Friday and coming up through there. So, but that's the report we're getting right now, and I just wanted to put it out there for anybody else coming up that way. And that's one of our guys reporting that. He's about 4 miles south of where it happened at. I think he said he's sitting at the 73-mile marker, and that happened at about 77, and that's up there. That's the last toll booth before you get into Charleston there.
Wow, that's major backup then.
Yeah, and it's getting bigger, I guess, by the minute, you know.
Wow.
And so I just passing that on out there, so anybody headed that way, you know, just go a different direction. I loaded this morning up in northwest Iowa, and there was a lot of rain up there, and there was a lot of rain. It didn't quit raining on me till I got right down to about Illinois right there. And I'm over here in the Hoosier now, and it's been dry, but we got a lot of lightning here. And I'm on 65 now south of Indianapolis. There's a lot of lightning behind me up there, so there's something going on up north of Indianapolis.
That's that line of storm stretching through Wisconsin down through Iowa. It's all kind of dropping your way from the dropping from northwest to southeast.
Okay. Wow, they had a lot of rain this last night and early this morning up there in northern Iowa, so I don't know how much more they can take, but I know down there where we live, down there at the Weiss compound, we used to get a lot of rain, and we've had a lot more rain than normal, and it's really been filling the ditches out down there. We need a little bit of relief now. We're on the other end of it. It was a drought last year. Now everybody's saying,
Feast or famine.
So,
That's the way it works, right? Feast or famine. Yep.
Yes, sir. I'll get off of here. I just want to pass that on.
All right. Thank you for the heads up. Safe travel. So he's kind of rolling, as he likes to say, at a high rate of fuel consumption. He's should be staying out and ahead of that line of thunderstorms unless more develops. Let me see. This big investment there. Big news for Louisville. The investment will involve redesigning building number 2 at Appliance Park, equipping it with an advanced automation, robotics, and material handling technologies. Production's expected to begin in 2027. But this expansion reinforces Kentucky's position as a hub for advanced appliance manufacturing and solidifies GE Appliance's commitment to U.S. manufacturing, according to company officials. The project will also bring the production of the GE Profile Ultra-Fast Combo Washer Dryer and GE Profile Ultra Fresh Front Load Washers to Louisville. Part of a broader trend of companies bringing manufacturing back to the USA. Obviously, partially influenced by trade activities and tariffs. GE Appliances has been making significant investments in U.S. manufacturing. This latest project representing the largest single investment in their history. According to Governor Beshear, the company has invested $3.5 billion in U.S. manufacturing over the past 10 years. More than a third of that has been allocated to Appliance Park. Kentucky officials, including the governor, Louisville's mayor, expressing enthusiasm about the project, the new jobs it's going to create. The city of Louisville also offered $4 million in cash incentives to help secure this particular project, according to the Louisville Courier-Journal. How about that? Well, good morning, Daryl. How's your week been?
It's been warm.
Warm, yes.
How's the family? How's the family? How's Stryker?
We're doing all right. Hanging in there, as they say.
Well, are they keeping Stryker cool?
Yeah, that cruiser has to run pretty much non-stop during a shift to keep that AC running and the fans blowing.
I imagine. Do you know what the high temperature was on Wednesday in our area?
I believe the heat index was like 105.
But the real temperature, did it ever break 100?
That I'm not sure. I haven't seen. No, I'm not sure.
We had an anniversary from June 25th, 1988, and it was 103, and it never had gotten. That was the real temperature, and I don't ever remember it getting that high. I knew it was in the high 90s, but I didn't know where it reached 100 or not.
Mm-hmm.
Did Knuckle Buster's wife pass away, or is she in the hospital?
She actually passed last Friday, about 11 a.m.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was Tennessee her real name, or was it a nickname?
Well, that was kind of her nickname, her handle, and he had told me what her real name was, but I can't remember.
I came from a small rural community in northeast Arkansas, and everybody in that community had a nickname. No one went by their given name. And I kind of thought maybe that was her nickname.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to send my prayers out for Knuckle Buster. He's a great guy, and he's got a heart of gold. And I wanted to send greetings out to our truck driver making his last run tonight. I have appreciated him over the years and got to meet him in Louisville several years ago when he was wearing a three-piece suit and shook hands with him and got to chat with him for a few minutes. And then I read his book. That was interesting. The story of his life. Have you been in the swimming pool?
The only reason I've been in is to clean it, vacuum. I get in, but I haven't been out there. I haven't really done any swimming or floating around. Just I'm the maintenance guy.
Well, have you wore out your lawnmower yet?
I did get out there on Monday, I think it was. And boy, was it hot. I tried to get in, but get it done before the noon hour, but it was sweltering. But I did get it cut Monday.
I have never seen grass grow like it has this spring. I went down to the ARC encounter on Tuesday and really enjoyed my trip down. If you ever get a chance, or if anybody out there wants a nice vacation day, it's well worth the price, and I think anyone would enjoy that. Now, is that Williamstown or Williamsburg or Williams something other?
I believe it is. Yeah, I'm not sure which.
I think it's Williamstown, Kentucky, but it's not far from Cincinnati. And the people will treat you just so nice, and everybody goes through are nice. I saw cars from Iowa, Texas, just Arkansas, all over the United States. And you learn something when you go through there. I will let you go, and I hope you have a cooler July.
Well, we're going to be a little bit, I guess we're going to be more where we would typically be this time of year. Like I said, our going to be stuck about highs near 90 for the next week, right on up through the Independence Day weekend, according to the extended models. But man, in the eastern U.S., it has been a scorcher of a week. Matter of fact, we still have a lot of heat advisories. Technically, I believe our heat advisory will finally expire like 8 o'clock to this evening, Friday evening. We've had heat advisories throughout the entire week. During a hot week, can you imagine being one of those package delivery drivers that do not have AC in their vehicle? That has been a point of contention with many UPS drivers for years now. And the Teamsters Union calling out UPS for not living up to the terms of their 2023 labor agreement, alleging they're dragging their feet on purchasing air-conditioned package cars and moving part-time workers to full-time status. They also accused UPS of violating rules on overtime work. Under that very contentious contract, the 5-year that was finalized August of 23, UPS, I'll remind you, had committed to deliver at least 28,000 new or replacement Sprinter vans and package cars with in-cab air conditioning, purchased after January 1 of 2024. They had committed to create 7,500 new full-time jobs by combining part-time hours into full-time ones and fill 22,500 open jobs. And that was a last-minute agreement to avert a potentially crippling nationwide strike at the time. Now, we're talking about the Teamsters represented about 340,000 UPS warehouse and delivery workers, said they have formally asked UPS to explain by July 1 why these key contract terms remain unfulfilled. Information requested includes the status of air conditioning. Now, UPS's plans for completing the upgrade and the number of full-time opportunities offered to part-time workers to date. They want to know those numbers as well. But obviously that demand for air-conditioned vehicles among the blistering heat wave that we've seen through the Northwest or the Midwest and the Northeast, we saw record highs recorded over this peak week above 100 degrees. New York, Boston, Philadelphia. The collective bargaining agreement calls for UPS to prioritize deployment of the air-conditioned vehicles in the hottest southern states like Texas, Arizona, Nevada. The Teamsters said they estimate UPS has delivered maybe 10% of the required air-conditioned vehicles. How does UPS expect to actually deliver 20,000 or more air-conditioned package cars and vans over the next 2 years when they're already so far behind? We want answers, says Teamsters President Sean O'Brien. The summer heat beating down on our members. This is not a joke. They're playing a dangerous game with the lives of thousands of essential American workers. The union said UPS is obligated to create those 7,500 more full-time jobs during the last 3 years of the contract. We're in regular contact with the Teamsters. According to UPS, we are committed to the agreement we reached in 2023. The Teamsters also asking for more details on all open and settled grievances related to alleged overtime abuses. The contract protects workers who the company forces to work overtime and awards additional compensation to members who suffer repeated violations, according to the union. In so many ways, from the painfully slow delivery of air-conditioned vehicles to overworking our rank and file and failing to provide up-to-date information on new job opportunities, UPS has a lot of catching up to do to honor this agreement, according to O'Brien. The weather's getting worse, but still our members show up every single day to ensure this company remains the best in the business. Our patience with UPS management is wearing thin, he says. Obviously, Teamsters is one of the largest unions in the country and has regained a lot of influence under O'Brien. 844-844-3388. Friday coming on. I can't imagine being out there all day, all afternoon, delivering those packages with no AC. Wow, in those kind of temperatures. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, hello to Tony, who says, hello, Steve, and the entire Hot Shots Nation. Another sticky one today in southeast Illinois along the banks of the Ohio River. We're looking at 85 degrees. Boy, at this late hour. All right, Jason, good morning, Steve. Hope you have a good day. We're passing through Pittsburgh, 74 degrees. Cloudy skies, but dry roads at the moment. On the way to get this motor swapped out later this morning with the Cat Reman with new content. All right. Hope all goes well there. He's looking forward to that. Hello to the tapeworm. Morning, Steve. Made it to Hamilton, Ohio. Delivering a couple of steel coils in the morning. Then I got to go get this check engine light figured out. It's always something, right? Norman checks in from north central Kansas on a warm morning. Setting at the home 20 right now. I've been home all week. It may be busy next week. But everybody have a great weekend. We had triple digits this week, according to Norman. All right, who else? There's young Colton. Colton, I'm so exhausted, but we've got thunder. Had the thunder over Michigan. He said it was a good time. All right, thunder over Michigan. I'm familiar with thunder over Louisville, but I haven't heard of the thunder over Michigan. I have to check that out. We've had our fair share of discussions with the now supposedly being enforced English language proficiency in the trucking industry this week. And a couple of nights ago, I think it was in our conversation with Grump, he was kind of inquiring, if we're going to begin to put them out of service, are we going to continue be offering these CDL tests in other languages? Why would you offer a test in a different language? Because that pretty much right there tells you that said individual does not have the English language proficiency, right? Interestingly, right about the same time we were talking about that, a bill has been introduced in the Senate that aims to enforce English proficiency standards at the driver training level. Senator Roger Marshall of Kansas introduced the Commercial Motor Vehicle English Proficiency Act, Senate Bill 2114, that would require drivers to be tested for English proficiency before receiving a commercial driver's license. Senators John Barrasso, Cindy Hyde, co-sponsoring the bill. He says, common sense would tell us anyone driving on American roads, especially those operating large trucks and trailers, should be capable of understanding what the road signs say, how to communicate with police. Kansas residents deserve to know commercial operators are held to the highest safety standards. The Commercial Motor Vehicle English Proficiency Act would codify the FMCSA regulations that require CDL holders to possess basic English skills in order to read traffic signs and communicate with law enforcement. Also, the bill would prevent CDL tests, there you go, from being given in any language other than English. There it is, looking to codify it in Congress. This is supported by the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association. They petitioned earlier this year for the English proficiency regulations to be enforced, obviously. We strongly support Senator Marshall's Commercial Vehicle English Proficiency Act because it is common sense. Drivers should demonstrate they can read critical road signs before getting behind the wheel of an 80,000-pound vehicle. Todd Spencer, the association president, in addition to reading road signs, professional truckers routinely communicate with law enforcement and first responders in order to do their jobs safely and effectively. Senator Marshall's legislation aligns with our long-standing advocacy for stronger driver training standards. According to this report, the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance obviously started enforcing the English proficiency regulations this past Wednesday. According to the news release from the CVSA, the inability to meet basic English standards is considered now an out-of-service violation, as we know. And they also want the testing standards to be harmonized with that regulation. In other words, they should be supporting this as well.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Trump administration will limit the sharing of classified information with Congress. Republican Congressman Michael McCall of Texas doesn't like that idea.
We make the laws here. We're entitled to the classified information. The Intelligence, National Security Committees.
McCall chairs the House Foreign Affairs and Homeland Security Committees. The move comes on the heels of a leaked U.S. intel analysis claiming that Iran's nuclear program was only set back months, not years. McCall is speculating that the leak did not come from Congress, noting most leaks he's seen have come from the executive branch. The United States is ending financial support for efforts by the international vaccine organization Gavi to purchase vaccines for use in developing countries. That's the word from Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
When the science was inconvenient, Gavi ignored the science. I call on Gavi today to re-earn the public trust and to justify the $8 billion that America has provided in funding since 2001.
Kennedy made the remarks in a video played yesterday during Gavi's pledging summit in Brussels. Meanwhile, a vaccine advisory committee assembled by Kennedy is reviewing the childhood vaccine schedule. The CDC's advisory committee on immunization practices met yesterday for the first time since Kennedy dismissed the entire panel and appointed all new members. The Supreme Court stopped Planned Parenthood from suing South Carolina
and gave the state the green light to take Planned Parenthood out of its Medicaid program because of its status as an abortion provider. The Guardian reports this decision could give red states across the nation motivation to defund the organization. The court's ruling is another blow in a series of such for Planned Parenthood and its related groups, including the move to overturn Roe v. Wade 3 years ago. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
A federal judge is rejecting claims that Meta violated copyright when training its artificial intelligence models.
On Wednesday, the judge ruled against 13 authors who claimed Meta violated their copyrights when it allowed its Llama language model to be trained using their books. The judge concluded the company's use of the books falls under fair use. Despite this, he appeared open to arguments that if the AI model used original works to create knockoff versions, that likely wouldn't fall under fair use. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The planned shutdown of Job Corps centers across the country at the end of the month is being put on hold.
A federal judge granted a national preliminary injunction to halt the closures that were directed by the U.S. Department of Labor. The department claims the program, which offers free education and vocational training along with housing for disadvantaged young people ages 16 to 24, is no longer achieving its intended outcomes. The National Job Corps Association said the injunction will provide immediate stability to students and staff, but acknowledged it doesn't give them finality. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Fortnite gamers could be getting a refund.
The Federal Trade Commission is sending out $126 million in refunds to nearly 1 million gamers who were charged for unwanted purchases while playing Fortnite online. The FTC said Wednesday it's sending about 970,000 checks and PayPal payments to gamers who filed a valid claim. The refunds are part of a settlement over charges that Fortnite developer Epic Games used deceptive practices to trick online players into making purchases they otherwise would not have made. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Alrighty, welcome back. Welcome aboard. For those just joining us, as we roll into a brand new day, we're going to call it a Friday, 27th day of June. Hey, what's on tap for the weekend? Yeah, get some updates. Do have an update in the world of racing. A little bit of a setback for the folks at Ram Trucks as they're planning to rejoin NASCAR next year. We'll break that down for you. I did a quick search there. Young Colt was talking about Thunder over Michigan. So that was the big air show. So at the same time, my daughter and my grandson were attending the air show in Dayton, Ohio. Same days, you had the Thunder over Michigan. So they had the Blue Angels, we had the Thunderbirds. I mentioned earlier this week that compared to previous air shows that I've been to there in Dayton over the years, I was a little bit disappointed. There wasn't nearly the big military hardware that I've been so accustomed to. I mean, Colton, he got to see the F-22, the Raptor. See, I've seen that before. That is an incredible fighting machine. Awesome to see that thing on display, what it can do. And even for as much as they show you that it can do, the announcer says, there's a lot more this thing can do that we can't actually show you. So makes you kind of wonder. But that is one badass fighter jet. He also had the C-17 Globemaster III, which I've seen that before as well. Had the Air Force KC-135 Strato tanker. It had a lot of things there that I didn't get the chance to see this year. Nonetheless, it was a good show. I think they tried to make up for not having as much of the cool military stuff. Yeah, they had a lot of pyrotechnics, a lot of massive explosions out there in the field for the performers they did have. I guess it was okay, all said and done. Meanwhile, who we got checking in here? Rolling into a Friday. Hello, Gilligan. Good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, cloudy but dry at the foot of Fancy Gap, Virginia. Looking at 70 degrees. Hope a great weekend. Keep it shiny side up out there. All right, you are correct. Hello to Rick in Columbus. Checking in. It's Friday. All right, Bill. Good morning, Steve. Everyone, happy Friday. 65. A nice breeze here in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. Been kind of raining off and on all day. Day 5 in the Pizza Shuttle Express. Going pretty good so far. All right, the new job, I guess it beats being over the road, right? Away from home. Everybody have a great weekend. Let's see what's going on with the Carolina Monkey Gouger on that final run. Good morning.
It's a rainy night in Texas, Bubba.
What part of the state are you in? I know that they've had some flooding rain over toward the Panhandle region, but you're not there, are you?
That's where I am, right between Clovis and Amarillo.
Gotcha.
And Bubba, it is pitching a bitch out here. And there's thunderstorms all the way around us. Can't watch no TV because it does knock the satellite out. You know, and I was all ready to watch the movie Casino. I ain't seen it but 5 million times. Gonna watch it again.
Yeah, that's a
Can't
good one.
do nothing.
That's a great movie. It's like a
It's
like a 3-hour movie. I love that.
Yeah, I like, you know, and every time I watch it, I see something different.
Mm-hmm.
I see something I ain't never seen, like Smokey the Bandit. I done seen it 5 million times too, and every now and then I spot something I didn't see. But yeah, Steve, 9 o'clock in the morning, we'll be officially retired. We meet the man at the bank in the morning, and it's over with.
And then you got to get the rental car first, right? How you gonna work that out?
He gonna run me over there.
Okay.
It ain't but like 12 miles, 13 miles where we gonna be at.
Okay.
And he come by and check and said everything's still on go. I said, I'm waiting on you, buddy.
Oh, how about that? Wow.
You waiting on me? Well, Steve, in the last
couple of days, I've seen a lot of people that I've known for years and years and years, and they like, we ain't believing this. We are just not believing this. And I said, well, I ain't believing it myself, but it is.
Mm-hmm.
Time has come to go home and play with the grandchildren. But I'm ready. I mean, I worked on that thing all day today, getting it ready. You know, taking stickers off and taking stuff out the truck. You know, I'm gonna tell you something. I don't know how one man could put so much mess in one confined area. And when I cleaned it out at the house, I had 2 wheelbarrows full of tools, wheel seals, wheel bearings, you know, just everything. And Debbie said, what the hell do you need 3 fuel caps for? I said, well, you know something, you think about this. You found one, didn't know the other 2 were there. Well, I was looking for that one, couldn't find it, so I bought another one. It got hit under some tools or something. I bought another one. So I ended up with 3 fuel caps. Right. But it took us all day to clean that truck out. And then today I had to get this, you know, decals and stuff off of it. And it's just, man, I tell you, it's just one thing right behind the other. But it's a mess. I mean, anybody tell you whenever you move from one truck to the next, it's a good day's job.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's going to take you a day to move out. And I don't know how in the hell us truck drivers can confine so much stuff in one little truck cab. But we do. But what they saying up here, Steve? Because it's really rocking and rolling up here.
I'm just seeing pretty much, the flash flood warnings, thunderstorms, heavy rain, flash flooding, and it's all up in the Panhandle region. I'm like Randall County in the Panhandle is what I'm looking at here. That's the latest advisory.
And see, I'm over about Dale Smith and Castro and I can't think of what. I can't remember what this county we in right now, but I mean, it started. I mean, I took pictures of it, all the Thunderheads building, and sent them to Debbie, and I said, "Hey, look what we got going on." And apparently, they got hammered last night in the Carolinas. She said we got trees down and water standing in the yard. I said, "Water standing in our yard on that sandball?" Yeah, y'all got hammered last night.
Wow.
So I don't know what's going on there. But other than that, everything else is going pretty good. Thought we'd just check in while I was still a truck driver with you on the last leg of it.
That's it,
and,
boys. I can almost sense a little bit of mixed emotions in your voice there, Gouger. I know you're ready for it, but it's going to be, I don't know, it's going to be strange for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. I mean, you picked it up. I mean, I'm fooling myself, trying to think everything gonna be all right. But Steve, I tell you, I had an uncle drove a truck all his life like I did, and he said, "Boy," he said, "you don't never get that diesel smoke out you, and the hum of them wheels coming and send a cold chills up your back every time." And tonight I was sitting over there talking to some friends, and big old Peter Carr come along there, one of them big old reefers decked out, the chicken lights from one end to the other. And, golly, look at yonder, boy. But, hey, it's just time to go home and play with the grandchildren, go fishing, let them commit suicide in the boat. And you know something, Steve, do you realize that we're almost halfway through summer?
I know. I mean, every year I say when July, you look forward, Independence Day rolls around, and then the next thing you know, boom, you're into fall.
Right. I mean, I didn't realize until Debbie said something. So, 4th of July is next week. I said, what? It's 4th of July next week. I said, can't be. Because, at the beach, down at Myrtle Beach, after the 4th of July, the beaches more or less dies off, because the kids are starting to go back to school in like the first week in August now. and you know, and then the kids are going back to college, and you know, the beach kind of dies off a little bit, and I said, it's just hard to believe. Where did it go?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know, it just seemed like yesterday we was in June. Now we're fitting to welcome in July.
Bingo.
And then in 4 weeks, it'll be August. And then in 3 weeks, you know, I mean, it's crazy. But, Steve, I just want to call and talk to you a little bit and let you know this last night of the truck driver. And, we'll talk to you, I reckon, Monday night, let you know how we doing in retirement.
If you think you're going to be up at the midnight hour.
Yeah, I mean, well, see, I don't start that other job for like 2 weeks. And we're going to be up crowding around, fishing at night, you know, catching them lunker bass and all that. But after that, you know, it go back to work and then the grind. But, you know, work 2, all 3, work 3, all 2, you know, and get you going to work in the morning. Put old spaceman on you know, the last 5 minutes of the show he used to call in.
Absolutely, yeah. Hey, I'm looking here. Pappy sends me an email. He said he posted this on your Facebook. I don't know if you've seen it yet. From the Amazon Personnel Department. Dear Mr. Gouger, we thank you for submitting your application and expressing interest in driving for our company. We're currently looking over your qualifications to operate a semi-tractor trailer for Amazon. Unfortunately, we've determined you do not have the experience necessary to drive for our professional company. In the future, if more experience is obtained, feel free to reach out to our company once again. We do appreciate your interest in driving for our company, though. Sincerely, the Amazon Fleet Manager of Professional Drivers.
What's he on, sugar overload again? He been eating the Krispy Kremes one right behind the other one or something? That's a good one, Pat. I like that. Can't even get a job at Amazon. Now, that's pretty damn bad.
Well, you got to know how to park. You have to know how to park it upside down in the ditch.
That's right. That's right. It's just like, you know, I remember when we used to be on the radio, you know, when the CB radio was really popping, and they say, hey, y'all better watch out about 10 miles up there. You got to make a reservation to get in the ditch up there, roadway and cornflake, and J.B. Hunt done got the ditches filled up. So now it's Amazon and Prime, and some of them other mega carriers. But we're gonna back out of here, Steve. Let somebody else get in here and run, and man, enjoy your weekend. Don't drink too many of them skull busters, you know, because I'm gonna be charging hard for the Marina Del Rey. I should be home about Saturday night, Sunday morning, and I'm gonna get me in some of them skull busters.
All right. Well, safe travels, and we'll look forward to our next update as the non-professional truck driver, Carolina Monkey Gouger. We'll return in 844-844-3388.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All righty. Hello to Big John. Checking in via email. By the way, email is steve@hotshotsecret.com. It says, good morning, overnight crew. Hope everybody's doing well. Hope you're staying cool. All this heat, it was 109 degrees yesterday in the factory. We build windshields. Man, was it hot. All right, everybody drive safe. Have a great weekend. From your friend, Big John. Could it possibly be a casual Friday scarecrow?
Ooh. Voice that's coming to haunt you there, pal. Yes. Yes. Yes, it would be. No, I thought that previous caller was supposed to have been done for the week a couple nights back. I caught a podcast earlier in the week, and he made it sound like he was going to abandon that big rig out on the road somewhere and thumb his way back to Marina Del Rey there. But,
right.
I guess he changed his scheduling there a little bit. You know, it was weird here, Steve. I had the same problem hooking up to the program tonight as I did the last time I called in. I cannot pick you up on the app. I can't get any live feed for some reason. The best I can do is come up with yesterday's program, the 26th, and I went to YouTube. Well, I tried to get Steve Sommers live. Well, that brought up the 26th, and finally I just poked in Steve Sommers, and well, then the live feed came up. So that's how we're doing it here, and I guess that's all that really matters, man. Yeah. Oh, man, where do we go here? I guess I do have to thank everyone for the condolences that were sent our way, given the demise of the mother of all crows. But, no, Steve, there's nothing to be sad about on our end, and we don't want anybody feeling down on their end for the Scarecrow or any other family members. No, Mom, she had 100 years of living, and she witnessed more than any of us can truly imagine. And for her to fathom the transitions from technology and such way, no, she was ready. The last visit to the hospital for observation, no, she just wanted to get back to her own bed because she knew her time was up. And Steve, we arranged for hospice care. She was in hospice care for 5 hours.
Wow.
And that was it. So no, she, that was, we've heard of a dying wish. That was it. She so wanted to be out of the hospital and back to her own bed where she could,
where she could
go away
just
peaceful.
relax and know where she was. Yeah.
Exactly. So no, we thank everybody for that. And let's see. We had a good visit with those kids from Korea. They made it home. Well, this would have been a week and a half back. They came on a Wednesday and spent a week here reacclimating to the American way of life. and they peeled out of here last Wednesday, and they found some of that snow out in West Yellowstone. It's in a couple of pictures of the pickup and camper. They had a little blanket of snow on the front there. There was forecast, had chance of snow or cold weather over Donner. I don't know. He didn't say anything about finding anything significant, but either way, they're back in Sacramento now, and from what we can see, he'll be at Beale for at least 2 years now. So there's that. Oh, what else has transpired here? Was a couple of things, but given we heard from that monkey gouger person a few minutes ago, Steve, it's been a while since I spoke to him on the phone there, but when one of them conversations he brought up, and I have to ask you, has he said anything in the recent months about purchasing a new John Deere? Did that come up on the program on any of his calls at all?
It's not ringing a bell, no.
Well, okay, maybe. Well, there's time enough after my call. He can call back in and set the world straight here. But Steve, back when we were carrying on with that phone conversation, and we likewise shared about thoughts of retirement and such, and time for driving, coming to an end eventually. And well, Steve, he got to a certain point that I'd really like to have one more John Deere before I quit driving.
Yeah,
I want another Deere. I want another Deere in my garage. So, well, he also, made it known that he just could not retire yet. He could not give it up because he had such a lucrative run going right then and there that he just didn't make common sense to give it up. Well, at that moment, I was really thinking, Steve, that does he work for the same company as Eagle drives?
Okay. Well, hold the thought there. News break.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Trump administration will limit the sharing of classified information with Congress. Republican Congressman Michael McCall of Texas doesn't like that idea.
We're entitled to the classified information. The Intelligence, National Security Committees.
McCall chairs the House Foreign Affairs and Homeland Security Committees. The move comes on the heels of a leaked U.S. intel analysis claiming that Iran's nuclear program was only set back months, not years. The Supreme Court stopped Planned Parenthood from suing South Carolina
and gave the state the green light to take Planned Parenthood out of its Medicaid program because of its status as an abortion provider. The Guardian reports this decision could give red states across the nation motivation to defund the organization. The court's ruling is another blow at a series of such for Planned Parenthood and its related groups. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here on a Friday. And yes, truly a casual Friday. Let me see here. So, yeah, we kind of left off there with the Scarecrow on a casual Friday. Where were the you were wondering if the gouger was working for the same company as, did you say Eagle?
Yeah, Steve. Yeah, I brought Eagle into the conversation here now because I know there's a few listeners out there that remember a time when he was carrying on about all this money that was rolling in for him.
Yeah.
That job he had was just so lucrative that he couldn't hardly handle all that money that was rolling in.
Right.
And I'm thinking, well, gosh, this is almost related to the conversation I was having with Gouger there over the telephone there, and so and that's been I've been dwelling on that for ever since. The last couple of years, Steve. It just Jimmy there, he's got something good going for himself there, and Steve, up until my misfortune last fall, Steve, knowing the Gouger was on the verge of pulling the plug, Steve, I was going to make Gouger an offer on that big blue rig that he could not refuse.
Oh, yeah?
Said, truthfully, yeah, Steve, I wanted a piece of that action. And I thought, well, what better timing than with him wanting to bail out and me not quite ready to give up driving yet. And so yeah, Steve, I was gonna flash the wad of green in front of him that he would take it and run. Well, immediately I wouldn't be on the road right away. The first thing, I'd have to be chiseling off that goofy chimpanzee image that's up on top of his rig up there and getting something more appropriate, like a bird or an image of something up on that shield anyway. And but as I say, misfortune on my end, that kind of shot that all down. So, but I guess things are going to work out all right for the monkey gouger in the end anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Retirement, I think he's got enough projects and such going on to keep him self-occupied. There will be moments though when you get up and, gosh, am I caught up on my project, or is there something else that what am I going to do today? And as it is, I had kind of reached that plateau for a bit there, but then with Mom's passing, her property kind of fell into my lap, and disposing of the estate and thinking about auctions and whatever these days way. And I wouldn't be open for comments on an auction. But listeners out there, we grew up with farm auctions and estate auctions, hands on, live. Whereas today, a lot of this has become, online and such, and I really wonder if auctions are they could be pretty lucrative at times, but just what maybe some of your other listeners have experienced, in the last, couple, 3-4 years, as far as their experiences with holding auctions and those involved with it and such. I probably will drift off and never land here after a bit, but
right.
I'm going to try to hang on to the program for a bit tonight here anyway, and I am not scheduled to do any work tomorrow or in the morning, but I could get a phone call asking for some help. But regardless, no, Steve, retirement is good. Really, I automatically get up in the morning, 4:30, 5 o'clock, and the bride, she's getting ready for work, and get myself a cup of coffee, and I watch her and wave at her from the living room window as she is heading off to work, and I'm thinking about I need another cup of coffee, and I almost feel guilty at times,
Oh boy.
Almost.
Yeah, almost, not quite, but, almost.
So anyway, Steve, I wanted to try and hook up with the gouger there one more time. I heard that a little bird told me that he might be on the airwaves tonight, so I thought I'm gonna take a chance and hooking up and such. So it surprised me that my call came up right after him there, but no, it as they say, the beat goes on, and the family continues to do what we all do best and such. So, Steve, it's good chatting. I'll try not to make it quite as stretched out.
So infrequent
time.
Yes.
Yeah, we can. My schedule is so packed, jammed, and whatnot that it's tough, But regardless, no, it's good to hear your voices and all, and get back in the swing of things. So we'll bail out here and make room for the next less than casual, or even more casual. We'll have to wait and see.
That's correct.
Good chatting, Steve.
Thanks for calling. All righty, have a good night. Thanks for the update. Scarecrow, long time. I think it was maybe, April, sometime mid-April, last time we had a conversation there. So, yeah, a lot has changed over that time. Let me see, heads up. Yeah, the Wyoming Department of Transportation warning drivers to plan ahead for delays caused by the transport of a superload on I-80 next week. Starting on next Monday, June 30th, crews begin transporting the large transformer from Laramie to Medicine Bow. So the superload will leave a rail yard in Laramie on the morning of June 30th, expected to reach I-80 at the Snowy Range on-ramp, mile marker 311, by about 10:30 a.m. The slow-moving superload will then move west along I-80 to the truck parking area at mile marker 307. At 5 a.m., July 1, the superload expected to leave the truck parking area and travel for about 2 hours on I-80 to Arlington at the mile marker 272. Then the superload will take Wyoming Highway 13 to U.S. Highway 287, reaching its destination in Medicine Bow. This obviously slow-moving. The transport dimensions, 17 foot 3 inches tall, 26 feet wide, and 385 length, weighs nearly 1.5 million pounds, 1,484,000 pounds, due to the size of this superload. Both lanes of travel are going to be used. Not to cause damage to the interstate, the transport will be traveling at maybe 25 to 30 miles per hour at best, dropping down to 10 miles per hour over bridges. Obviously, stoppages and travel delays are going to be expected. Wyoming DOT said the transport is expected to return to the rail yard in Laramie the second week of July, as there are 2 other transformers that are scheduled for transport over the summer. So if the superload's going to be spending 2 hours on the highway and you get caught up behind it, you're going to be pretty much just poking along, and traffic will be obviously backing up exceptionally during that transit. All right, see if we can get Eagle on here on a Friday morning. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah. How you doing? Yeah, I'm at the truck stop right now, relaxing. Yeah, I'm gonna have to be out here this weekend, it look like, but like I said, I'm headed back to Texas probably on Monday or Tuesday. Take off the rest of the week for the 4th of July. Got to celebrate. It's red hot all over the U.S. right now, but down in Texas where I live at, it's almost so hot I really don't want to go home. It's over 110, 115 where I live at. So you think it's hot where you at? You ain't seen nothing until you get down to where I live at. But yeah, Steve, I got a couple of things I want to talk about. First of all, I wanted to say Monkey Gouger. I heard him call in. He said he tonight is last night as a truck driver, turning in his truck, man, go giving the cash tomorrow. So, like I said, it's been a good career for him, but, like I said, he can always come back out here. The guy I drive for, he got plenty of money, but he still drive trucks. He still got his commercial license. He got plenty of money, but he get out here and deliver a load every couple of months just to get knocked the rust off. But Monkey, he already don't sold his truck, so that's a different story, man. Do something else, get it a couple. Yeah, so it's kind of hard to do that. But yeah, Steve, I wish him good luck on his rest of his life, and with his family and grandkids and all that. I look forward one day maybe I can retire and go to the lake and go to the beach and relax and don't have to get out here with these crazy people on the road every day. But yeah, Steve, I got a couple of things I want to talk about tonight, man. And before I get to this guy that I talked to you about last night, this this supreme leader of Iran. I got some things to say about him because I understand he made an appearance today, and I got a little advice for the guy. But I want to make a comment about something else that pertains to that. And I don't know if you noticed, maybe you can go over this tonight, Steve. Over the last couple of days, and they need to get those people the hell out of the country. And it's not about profiling. It's not about racism. It's about the security of America. Over the last couple of days, Steve, I think they have arrested over 100 Iranians in terrorists on the watch list in America. These people are on American soil right now, and with everything that's going on with Trump and Iran and Israel, those people don't need to be on the streets of America. They need to be out of here in a jail cell or out the hell out of the country. Because we setting ourselves up. We've been talking about this for years now, Steve. We setting ourselves up for something worse than 9/11. If they don't get these people out of the country, the USA is setting itself up for something real bad to happen with these people on the street. And the reason why I'm saying this is to go right back to this guy. I can't really say what I want to say on the telephone about this guy, but I got some real things to say about it. Because, see, this guy has had plenty of time to change his attitude and get his attitude straight, but he seems to not want to do that. But like I say, it's hard to change an 80-year-old man. He's had this same radical lifestyle his whole life, this supreme leader. Now, he made an appearance today, Steve. He came out from under the rock that he'd been hiding up under for the last couple of days. And you would think any rational man, somebody with any kind of brain in their head, you would think that this man would come out and say, hey, listen, man, the United States has shown me the support, shown me what they're capable of. They've flown these planes into my country without even showing up on the damn radar. And dropped bombs on my nuclear facilities and totally destroyed everything that I've worked my whole life for. You would think that's what this idiot would say, and I'm gonna go ahead and call it a career, and I'm just gonna say the hell with it. But no, that's not what he said today, Steve. He said today that Iran will never surrender, and that he's gonna continue on leading his country the way he has done for years, and he also placed a hit list on American soldiers over there in shooting range of his missiles. So that tells me, what that tells me about this guy, Steve, is that this guy hasn't learned his lesson. So what happens to people that don't learn their lesson? Bad things. So Donald Trump says he knows where he's at. Well, Donald Trump needs to pay my friend a little visit and just see how big and bad he is, because there's no reason for this guy to continue on talking the way he's talking, Steve. There's no reason he's threatening American lives. The guy wants a nuclear weapon to where he could destroy Israel or the U.S. And now he's saying that, and Trump has already told this guy. That's the sad part about it. Trump has told him that if any American blood is spilled by any of his missiles or whatever he decides to shoot into our military bases, all hell is going to break loose. And this guy's still talking trash on these videos. So at this point, Steve, it was already over for me with this guy a long time ago. Whatever happens to that guy happens to him, and I think you know what I mean. So Donald Trump, hey, brother, keep a close eye out for that guy. And if he even, like I said, any American blood is spilled by this loser with his miserable life, because he refuses to change, whatever happens to him, Steve. Because, like I said, if the United States don't make a move on that guy, he's going to make a move on us. And I'm going to repeat myself one more time, and I've told you this over the last few years, Steve. If the United States don't make a change and get these people out of the country, we setting ourselves up for the 9/11. Just ask that guy that was on the video, because that's exactly what he would like to see happen. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. I'm surprised they didn't actually ultimately take him out over the past week anyway, but it's not about politics. I shared a piece this past day on my personal Facebook page, where this gentleman gives a very, very thorough breakdown about what this is actually about when it comes to Why? What is it? Yeah, Iran is not a neighbor, per se, of Israel. They don't share a border. Yeah, they're many miles apart. What's the deal? It's all about the religious beliefs. He explains in the Muslim religion, the Shia community, the Sunni. You've got the two, and they don't get along, Shia, Sunni. But the Ayatollah, the leadership, he breaks down there's a more in-depth faction of the Shia, which is the Shia of 12. The Shias that believe there would be 12 imams. And that 12th imam who disappeared, how many, thousands of years ago, and they believe that he's kind of like awaiting the return, like Christians were awaiting the return of Christ. They're awaiting the 12th imam, but that 12th imam cannot return until Israel has been destroyed. Long story short, their religious belief is they must destroy Israel before their beloved imam can return. That is their religious belief. So this is not going to end. It will not end with the demise of the Ayatollah. You can take him out, and just the next in line will take charge. And that religious mindset is not going to go away. So there's the long story short. That's why this has been going on in the Middle East for, pretty much forever, throughout recorded history. All right, what do we got? Clear lines at 844-844-3388. A Friday morning casual Friday. That's not so casual. We'll get back at it after this.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more. All backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
In the world of racing, it appears Ram Trucks has been dealt an early blow following plans to return to the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. According to the report, Nice Motorsports has distanced itself from the brand. The NASCAR Truck Series could soon undergo a pretty significant facelift. With Honda and Dodge looking to become manufacturers, Ram Trucks CEO plans to enter the truck series next year. The goal of the sister brand Dodge joining the Cup series by the following year. Both Ram and Dodge left the truck series in 2012, but they want to make a statement return. However, Nice Motorsports has denied a potential switch to Ram following speculation and remains, they tell us, loyal to Chevrolet. A Nice official releasing a statement to deny the Ram rumors, confirming that Nice will continue their partnership with Chevrolet next year and beyond. He said, over the past few weeks, we've seen a stir of rumors swirling around the garage about the potential of our team switching manufacturers headed into next year. We want to help set the record straight on our position on the matter headed into 26. Since 2016, Nice Motorsports has proudly been associated with our partners at General Motors, representing the Chevrolet brand. Nice Motorsports is staying loyal to Chevrolet long-term. We can confirm that any rumors of our team shifting its allegiance to a different manufacturer are baseless and untrue. We look forward to continuing our strength with General Motors and proud to wear bow ties for years to come. All right, there you go. So what's next on the list? What's the next step? 844-844-3388.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is expected to soon have his big, beautiful bill on his desk. White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt said she anticipates the spending bill to be ready for the president's signature by the 4th of July.
This is the largest tax cut for working and middle-class Americans in history, and it's going to put more money into the pockets of hardworking Americans.
Democrats say the bill cuts Medicaid and other social safety nets by billions of dollars. Republicans call those much-needed reforms to the programs that will cut the deficit. The White House says President Trump has ended Iran's nuclear threat once and for all. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said Iran was weeks away from developing a nuclear weapon before Trump ordered the sites to be obliterated.
The objective of Operation Midnight Hammer was to destroy the regime's nuclear enrichment capacity and stop the grave nuclear threat posed to the United States, Israel, and the rest of the free world. The mission was an overwhelming success.
The White House has been playing defense, trying to debunk a leaked intel report suggesting Iran's nuclear program has been delayed but not destroyed. Leavitt was pivoting, saying the Trump administration now looks forward to peace and prosperity in the region. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is looking into last weekend's inaugural deployment of Tesla's self-driving robotaxis.
The service launched in Austin, Texas, with influencers using the service and posting videos of their trips. Those videos have drawn the attention of the government, however, after some of the cars appear to have difficulty with traffic laws, like speeding and crossing double yellow lines. The agency says it's in contact with Tesla and trying to get more information. I'm Matt Mattinson.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 404 points. The S&P 500 rose by 48 points. The Nasdaq gained 194 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
The Trump administration has sued federal judges in Maryland over an order which blocks the immediate removal of any detained alien who requests a court hearing.
The Justice Department filed the lawsuit against the chief judge of the U.S. District Court in Maryland, claiming the order interferes with the executive branch's powers. The administration has asked for a court ruling which would make the order unlawful, as well as an injunction to stop its enforcement. The Justice Department is also seeking to have the judges recuse themselves. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
A former attorney of President Trump is being disbarred in New York.
A panel of judges on New York's mid-level appeals court ruled that Kenneth Chesebro, who helped devise President Trump's alternate elector strategy in 2020, should be disbarred due to his guilty plea in Georgia's probe of the matter. His New York license was suspended last fall and still faces criminal charges in Wisconsin over his role there in the scheme. I'm Chris Coraggio.
A fireball shooting across the sky in the southeast drew plenty of attention today. David Pepper saw the fireball in the sky from his office window in Greenville, South Carolina.
And it was very bright, and it was unusual for during the daytime to see something that bright.
The American Meteor Society is calling it a bolide, an exceptionally bright meteor that can be accompanied by a sonic boom. This happened not long before 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, with sighting reports coming in from Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Tennessee. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Now, don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, as we make our way into a Friday. Yeah, ready or not, a weekend is upon us. All right, got to make it through the day first. And hello to Double R.
Hey, brother, how you doing?
Doing all right. How about yourself?
Well, we're doing all right with what we got to do it with, but
yeah,
got to go back. I sent you a message here. I don't know if you got it. You read it? Yeah, I think you did. But I got to go back in for another damn heart cath.
That's right. Yeah, I think you posted that last evening. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's been a wild 2 weeks. I'll tell you what, we come through. They give me a brand new truck over here. And we was over in Baltimore, Maryland. And we was coming through the tunnel. And I come out of the tunnel, and there were, apparently it happens all the time. I don't know if it, but as soon as I come out of the tunnel, I heard a boom, and it sounded like I blew a tire.
Mm-hmm.
And so I looked out my mirror, you know, on the right side, and everything looked good. Looked on the right, or I looked on the right first, and then I left. That's what it was. Anyhow, there was something spraying. I went, what in the hell? Apparently, according to what the fireman said, this happens all the time. But there was a piece of metal that's right there at a bridge sticking up, and it caught my strap on my fuel tank and punched a hole in my fuel tank, and I leaked 150 gallons of fuel down I-95 southbound.
Wow.
So, yeah, I turned my signal on. These damn people, they're so damn ignorant. They wouldn't let me over, you know.
Yeah.
And I'm watching my fuel tank go from full to empty, and I'm going, oh, shit. This ain't looking good. Yeah. So I just dodged over in the car. You know, I wanted to get on the shoulder and get out of the way of traffic and stuff, but fire department came up, and of course they cleaned the mess up and asked them how much it was going to cost the company, and they said, well, if environmental protection comes out, it would cost you a lot. But he said, by us doing it, all they did was put kitty litter down and take a broom and clean it up, you know, and that was it. He goes, there's no charge on that. I said, really? He said, yeah. Well, to make a long story short, there was a left tank that went out, you know, that got the hole knocked in the bottom.
Yeah.
Well, the time the fire department got done with their crap, they drilled a hole in my right tank and had to drain it because it was with the left side leaking. They said it was pulling from the right, which it wasn't. And I told him, I said, I got a shut off on it. He goes, well, we still can't tow that truck with, you know, with fuel in it. So now my truck's sitting up there in Baltimore by Jessup truck stop at a record place there, and I got to take my tanks off and have two new ones brought in. And said it's about $7,500. So, and then, hey, have you heard anything about? I hope it's not true, but Jeff Bezos, Mr. Amazon himself. Have you heard anything about them buying or in the process of purchasing the Indiana Pacers?
I have not.
Okay.
I'll do it.
Cigarette joke, huh?
I'm doing a quick search.
Do what?
I did a quick search, and first thing that pops up, it says there's no credible information indicating Bezos is buying the Pacers. Recent rumors about his potentially buying the Pacers have been circulating online, but these appear to be unfounded, according to Yahoo Sports and CBS News.
Yeah. I hope he don't buy them. My God, he can't even run Amazon. I mean, it's crazy. But they said something about him purchasing Pacers for like $11 billion or some crap like that. But anyhow, yeah, my physical was coming up, and it was my time to go down and have that nuclear stress test. I get one every 2 years, from past history on my heart and everything, and I have to have it done in order to drive. But I went down and they done the nuclear stress test, and I didn't even get halfway through it, and they stopped it, and they said, your doctor will get a hold of you. I said, okay. That's all they told me. Next thing you know, my heart doctor called me and said, hey, I've got you scheduled for a heart cath. He said, you failed your stress test. And I said, are you serious? And he goes, yeah. So I got to go down on July 1st and get this done again. So I'm overjoyed. But how you doing?
I'm doing just fine. I can't complain there. So does that mean that where they put the dye in and you were on the treadmill, or did you do the injection thing where they make your heart race, or what?
Yeah, I did the injection thing where they laid me down. I didn't. I sat up and they just raised my heart rate. But I told them, I said, since I had that last open heart, they took a vein out of my leg, and I get cramps in my leg now.
Mm-hmm.
And they're seeming to think that I got blockage in my legs and stuff. But I'd wave at you right now, Steve, but you're not in that building anymore.
Oh, okay. Rolling
so I'm
along
here in Cincinnati.
I-71, 12-mile marker.
Yes, sir, buddy. I'd wave at you, but like I said, you're not there. But anyway, I didn't want to say the name of it over the air but I'm headed up here to Groveport, Ohio. I got to be here at 5 in the morning to unload. So, but I just wanted to call you and let you know I'm out here tonight. So. But everybody be safe, and I'm going to go ahead and back out, Steve, and let somebody else get in and talk with you. But I'll keep you posted on this heart cath, So.
Okay.
All righty.
We'll be awaiting a full report. All right. So safe travels there. Thanks for checking in. Got us a Friday. 844-844-3388. Anybody see that big bright flash of light a little after the noon hour this past day? Apparently a lot of people it's not very common to see during the middle of the day a meteor, a fireball. But that's indeed witnessed in portions of Georgia, South Carolina, eastern Tennessee. Officials in metro Atlanta, including Roswell, Forsyth, Dawson, Rockdale counties, confirmed receiving numerous eyewitness accounts of this fireball streaking through the sky. The flash was also picked up by a NOAA satellite In Rockdale County, Georgia, residents reported hearing a loud explosion-like sound and feeling their homes kind of tremble. Similar sightings reported in parts of Tennessee. So, obviously kind of like the sonic boom kind of thing, I guess. National Weather Service in Greenville, Spartansburg, South Carolina, viewing video footage. And obviously it appears to have been a meteorite. WYFF television reported receiving several emails about the fireball, including one that says, I was turning onto Augusta Road about 5 minutes ago near Chipotle, and I swore I saw a fireball fall from the sky. Has anyone else reported this? The American Meteor Society has more than 100 formal reports pending of a fireball spotted about 12:25 Eastern Time. A meteor entering the Earth's atmosphere, becoming a visible fireball. Yes, it is rather rare, not unprecedented, but the loud boom that often follows, as I mentioned, is typical of a sonic boom caused by the meteor's rapid descent. Now, then there was a separate report, and I haven't been able to get a confirmation, out of Henry County, where WANF, that's in the Atlanta area. Officials in Georgia responded to a home where an owner reportedly a rock of some sort crashing through their roof. Emergency management is working to determine if it might be related to that fireball, the possible meteorite. A piece of meteorite possibly flew through the roof and into a home, according to the emergency management release. Their statement says a piece of unidentified debris penetrated the roof of a residence and then entered the home. And then they're showing, they've got photos of the roof and then the ceiling of the home where it came through the ceiling, impacting the floor. At this point, the exact nature of the object has not been confirmed. However, after consulting with the National Weather Service, has been advised it may either be a fragment of that meteor or potentially space debris, a.k.a. space junk. Anderson County Fire Dispatch said multiple fire departments were also looking for a possible crash site in the upstate in case any fragments of the meteor landed in that area. All right. Got us a Friday and wide open lines at 844-844-3388.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Meanwhile, Thursday morning saw a flurry of decisions and updates from the Supreme Court of the United States. Many were helpfully captured in a long thread by the legal expert Jonathan Turley, who chronicled the rapid-fire announcements. Buried in that thread was a key decision that the Supreme Court made in the case of Medina versus Planned Parenthood, South Atlantic, who have our second opinion. We have our second opinion. It is Medina versus Planned Parenthood, an important case that has not drawn as much attention, he explained, written by Justice Gorsuch in a 6-3 opinion. He explained the court considered whether there is a private right of action for people to challenge South Carolina's decision to end Planned Parenthood's participation in the state's Medicaid program. The court says no. Medicaid laws do not give an unambiguous right to bring a federal civil rights action. Turning Point USA's Charlie Kirk pointed out this creates a legal precedent that would prevent taxpayer money from going towards Planned Parenthood. Huge breakthrough, he says, for the cause of life. Planned Parenthood should absolutely not receive a dime of taxpayer money, he says. Now, because of this, and Planned Parenthood's own admission, Turley outed the medical organization as the big loser on Thursday's Supreme Court flurry, stating, "The big loser today is Planned Parenthood. The court ruled that South Carolina could bar public funding and that there is a right to sue. That could have," the group said, that this would have catastrophic consequences since 1/3 of their revenue actually comes from government funding. The ruling, the 6-3 ruling, where you had Justices Katanya Brown Jackson, Sonia Sotomayor, and Elena Kagan dissenting. Planned Parenthood argued that South Carolina's exclusion of Planned Parenthood from the Medicaid program violated the any qualified provider provision, according to Gorsuch. The majority of the Supreme Court clearly did not think that there was some sort of any qualified provider provision violation, much to the chagrin of the 3 female liberal justices. So maybe the demise of Planned Parenthood in South Carolina is what I'm seeing via some of the headlines. All right, we'll get to Vic on board here on a Friday. What's happening?
Oh, a whole lot of things. Being from around the Louisville area, I'm glad to see their GE's finally trying to open up Appliance Park again. I believe they had 6 buildings there, and of course had several family and friends that had worked there over the years. It's quite a complex operation there when it's all going the way it should be going, and they have a lot of people I was trying to think. They have a place there in New York also that they used to shuttle loads back and forth. But back to what you were talking about there about Planned Parenthood being cut out. Did you see where the parliamentarian in the Senate wanted to cut out of this new big beautiful bill? The Senate's wanting to make sure that illegals don't get health care. And the parliamentarian is saying they can't cut that out. So I don't know exactly how this Supreme Court ruling might affect that, because I don't know that these illegals were actually qualified to get any medical provisions anyway. Because I know, like Obamacare, they said they weren't going to have it for that. It was illegal and other things. So that's one of the big hang-ups right now on that, getting that bill through, as far as, where it will cut the expenses down. But real quick on what I called about was, you were talking about that guy over there in Iran. And Iran has a lot of other problems, and I think a lot of the things that he's saying is for public consumption, because there's an organized resistance movement going over there, wanting to get rid of all these different radical Muslim views and everything, and where a woman has to make sure she's in the company of a male and all this other type of stuff, or she's fair game. I don't exactly understand how that could be religious, but that's the way their religion thinks about it. And the big problem that's going on in Iran right now is the guy that they call the baby Shah. That was the Shah's son. And many of the people in Iran, they said, that won't work, because they remember how the Shah basically had a lot of riches and everything while they were suffering. And most of them are looking to the organized resistance movement to take over. And I seen that whoever the Ayatollah over there is now, he came out and said today, says we have a victory over Israel. And I was like, well, okay, I don't know how you got that or whatever.
I guess that's subject to interpretation, right? Hey, I'm up. I'm going to pause there, Vic, because we got a news break just ahead. Big weekend underway. Actually started last evening. The Budweiser Dairyland Super National Truck and Tractor Pool for 2025 is underway. Hot Shot Secret is on location this weekend. Looks like they've got the Budweiser Clydesdales there this weekend as well. There was supposed to be a performance of what they call a full hitch performance this past evening, I guess, due to the grounds conditions. They've had some rain, muddy conditions. It is rescheduled for 7 o'clock tonight, I guess, weather permitting, where they will accompany our salute to the military. The Budweiser Dairyland Super National. Stop by and see our friends at Hot Shot Secret there.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Trump administration will limit the sharing of classified information with Congress. Republican Congressman Michael McCall of Texas doesn't like that idea.
We're entitled to the classified information, the Intelligence, National Security Committees.
McCall chairs the House Foreign Affairs and Homeland Security Committees. The move comes on the heels of a leaked U.S. intel analysis claiming that Iran's nuclear program was only set back months, not years. The Supreme Court stopped Planned Parenthood from suing South Carolina
and gave the state the green light to take Planned Parenthood out of its Medicaid program because of its status as an abortion provider. The Guardian reports this decision could give red states across the nation motivation to defund the organization. The court's ruling is another blow in a series of such for Planned Parenthood and its related groups. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All righty, rolling through the late night, early morning hours. Friday coming on. Vic was talking about the Senate parliamentarian. Rand Paul was going bat crap crazy about this on Wednesday. Frustrated over the Senate rule granting significant authority to this unelected official known as the Senate parliamentarian. This woman gets to determine whether provisions in the budget legislation are about policy or about budget. Decisions that Paul said should be left to the elected officials. Now, he was expressing his disapproval that the Senate rules entrust these critical decisions on budget legislation to the parliamentarian after a provision intended to limit funding of courts, issuing nationwide judicial injunctions, was actually removed from the legislation. He described the Senate rule as problematic, emphasizing this places way too much power in the hands of an individual who's not even accountable to the voters. Most Americans would be very perplexed to know why an unelected person is making these decisions. These are profound, big decisions. Now, he clarified the tension lies in how the parliamentarian interprets reconciliation procedures and budgetary rules allowing the legislation to pass with a simple majority, specifically raising concerns that provisions frequently involved overlapping budgetary and policy implications that creates ambiguity that leaves much of the parliamentarian's discretion. Essentially, it's this: when we have a reconciliation, there's a question. Is the predominant effect of the portion of the legislation about the budget, or is it about policy? A lot of things are a tough call on this. They can be about both. And I think this is the case. He emphasized the fundamental issue of accountability. The parliamentarian is insulated from any public electoral scrutiny. This person has not been elected by anybody and cannot be unelected, cannot be removed from office, and for which the public has no way of expressing their displeasure in making the decisions. It's bizarre that we are all beholden. No one voted for this individual. So this, I guess it's from what long-standing rules, not from personal attributes of the parliamentarian herself. I'm not saying she's a bad person, he said. I'm just saying we're all beholden to this person because the way we've structured the rules pretty much since 1974. Okay, so under the reconciliation, and that's the word they're using, reconciliation needs a simple majority. If they change it, then they would have to reach the 60 vote threshold in the Senate, which, of course, in this day and age, there's pretty much nothing that can reach that threshold. All right, welcome back, Vic.
Yeah, thanks for holding me over. Did you happen to get that thing that I sent you about how Obama let a lot of his appointees become civil servants? It's a practice that they call burrowing.
Yes.
He's not the only one, but I mean, did you see how many people he put into the Department of Homeland Security? And you wonder why we have leaks. And this latest incident there, whenever they were getting all over Trump, saying he didn't do things right, and maybe that's why the Ayatollah thought he had won some sort of a victory over Israel. I don't know, but to criticize a successful operation and worry about policy or whatever, or what Trump did or didn't do, and talking about impeachment and all that, only thing that does is that gives encouragement to the current regime in Iran. And I don't know why a lot of these people have a hard time understanding that, or maybe they do, and that's why they're doing it. I'll just leave that up to somebody else to figure out. And I am sure that if supposedly that report was only given to so many people, so I guess they're going through each one step by step, and they very plainly said that that was an incomplete report, and I suspect they put different people got different reports, and I'm not exactly sure what was supposed to have been leaked or anything of that nature, but I did watch a news conference today, and there was a couple of things in there that kind of made me cringe a little bit. But after that news conference went off, I flipped over to CNN, and there was Aaron Burnett talking about all of our facilities that we have, like there in the Rocky Mountains, and then we have some in South Korea, and she was talking about all this, and had some guy on there, and they was talking about what all went on in these secure locations, and I'm thinking, what's the point? What does that have to do with what we did over there? But when I said there's a couple of things that made me cringe a little bit, they talked about how that all came about, and how they had planned certain things, and there were people that they are actually on our side that had engineered the whole thing and how it was going to work and all that. So, like I said, and they mentioned in there a couple other things about how long the operation was in planning and all that. So it just, I don't know, maybe people will go through and look at it, maybe they won't, but I seen a couple of things in there that the Iranians might look at later, or try to watch, or surveil to see if we have more planned for them. And quite frankly, I believe we probably do if the Iranians don't stop. And Trump kind of offered them an olive branch. He said, I'll remove the sanctions and let you sell oil to China and everything if you come around. So we'll just see, how that will work out. But that on that part, that was what I was really what I was really calling about. But that caller last night that said what he did, I don't know why he did that, and he has no idea who's listening. But Tom Metzger probably doesn't mean anything to you, but he was the founder of the Skinheads, and he was from Warsaw, Indiana, and moved out to California. And unfortunately, I had a cousin that got into that, and I mean, it totally turned his view of everything around. And I don't know why he made that comment, but all I can say is that was an insult to you, and very rude and crude. I'll just put it like that,
to say the least.
And I have no idea, right? And I have no idea what his purpose was, but you had enough problems whenever you were telling the truth, and he still got hammered off that, and you weren't the only ones. You weren't the only one that they said, no, you were telling lies. And the simple fact of the matter was, there was a cure for COVID-19, but if they had a cure for COVID-19, they couldn't come out with the mRNA vaccine. And that was really what it was all about, because people made millions. And I don't know if you watched that RFK Jr.'s or watched any clips of his interview today, but there was a woman there that was grilling him about what he had said about not firing people and one thing to another. And he would go to answer, and she'd say, hey, this is my time. And they were arguing about whether he did or didn't say it. And it's like, well, lady, if you were going to question him about that, get the congressional record. You have the congressional record, his testimony. Why are you wanting to argue back and forth? And basically, all she was wanting to do was get her talking points out. She didn't want to get to the bottom of it. And the thing of it is that RFK Jr. is talking about the food industry, but the tobacco industry bought into the food industry when they had to pay all that money, taxes, which nobody knows whatever went to. That was supposed to go for treatment of different lung diseases and everything. But I guess it just kind of disappeared into thin air in one program and another. And I think basically what they don't want RFK Jr. to do is to bear down on this food industry and all the lobbyists and all the money that a lot of people came into the food industry from the cigarette industry, and they were trying to make food addictive, is about the easiest way to explain it. And that's why he's going through and looking at all these diseases that are showing up. And the very last thing, I cannot believe it, but we have people trying to create new humans with the artificial amino acids. And it's beyond belief for me, for mankind to think they can actually design new humans, and that's quite frightening. And whether the powers that be will let us get that far or not, I seriously doubt it, because I do remember sometime reading about that whenever we started to mess with regular order of things, that would be when it was all over. So we'll just have to wait and see. So that's all I had there.
Very good. Thank you much. Have a great weekend, Vic. All right, let me see here. Mud Runner got you coming up. Had some other industry headlines coming up here. First off, a targeted road enforcement effort that uses purchased driver data is underway right now in Washington State, running through the end of July. Starting June 16th through Thursday, July 31, Washington State Patrol troopers are taking part in heightened traffic patrols, and they tell you the areas. District 1, the I-5 corridor, exit 122A to the Fife Heights area. The I-5 corridor, Fife Heights to State 288th Street. I-90, the exit US 2 interchange, exit 277B to the exit 291B, and then the I-5 corridor from State Route 526 to State Route 531. These locations were selected using crash data and information from telematics, including speed, harsh braking, acceleration. Troopers are using data purchased from Michelin Mobility Intelligence as part of a study to measure the effectiveness of traffic safety emphasis patrols on strategically targeted roadways. We'll be looking at the telematics data to determine how these enforcement efforts impact the surrounding roadways and the auxiliary routes, as driver behavior often shifts away from the emphasis efforts. Troopers now have a data tool that will inform which areas of the state roadway network exhibit the most frequent high-risk driving behaviors and the day and times when they're most prevalent, knowing exactly where to go and when will prevent these behaviors, according to the patrol, from turning into tragedy. But so again, that's ongoing as we speak. All right, there's the Mud Runner on a Friday. Good morning.
Morning, Steve. How's things going?
Well, doing all right. I guess looking forward to the weekend, and I cannot believe next Friday is Independence Day. Wow.
Yeah, this year's going quick. So I was noticing you got a lot of Marines listening, calling into your show. I think them Devil Dogs will let me join the overnight drive Marine Corps.
Absolutely, along with Knuckle Buster, Captain Ron, and who was that? Truck and Phil. Yeah, Truck and Phil there in Michigan.
Yeah. I was in the Marines 4 years. Kind of wish I'd stayed in, to be honest with you. But Knuckle Buster, I'm really heartbroken over Knuckle Buster. I lost the love of my life 3 years ago, and feels like it was yesterday. Yeah. But wanted to talk about that accident happened up here in Columbus real quick. It was our company that happened to, and I'll tell you, it was an absolute miracle he got out. They said when he rolled over, the windshield popped out and he crawled out the windshield.
So, I mean, I was kind of wondering myself, in a fireball like that, I mean, did the cab catch fire initially and then it went back to the tanker, or do you have any idea?
Way I understand that pickup hit us and caused him to roll, and he slid a while, and the sparks from the sliding ignited it.
Okay.
And apparently when he rolled over, that windshield popped out. He was able to get out. I mean, that's an absolute miracle, because we're kind of a family up here of fuel haulers, and when something like that happens really throughout the country, it kind of upsets us all,
Mm-hmm.
And we're thankful that he was able to get out.
Well, I saw the report that it was caused by the pickup truck driver. I guess weaving in and out of traffic. I guess tried to cut in front of him, but didn't have the room, and I guess actually hit him. Right?
Yeah, that's about a 45-mile-an-hour ramp, and they had a really good witness behind it, and the witness that was behind our truck said that that pickup came around there so fast he had to kind of run off the road to keep from getting hit by him. He was going so fast,
mm-hmm.
and he just lost it when he got beside our truck. And then drove it to an apartment complex, bailed out of it, and they can't find him.
Yeah, and he's still on the loose, last I heard.
Yeah. They got to know who it is. I mean, that truck's got VIN numbers all over it.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Hopefully they bring him to justice. I don't know why that ain't attempted murder. That happens all day, every day. Yeah, it's like it's a fight for your life out here every night.
Yep.
It seems like we're a target, But on a lighter note, I really enjoyed your monkey gouger show the other day. Appreciate you doing that. Really enjoyed the old stories there.
There you go. All right. That was a good time. That was kind of like the stroll down memory lane, as they say. All right. Thank you so much. Mud Runner, good to hear from you. All right. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance, and check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you efficient. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Update just around the corner as we roll toward the midnight hour there on the West Coast. And of course, 1 week from today, celebrating America, Independence Day. And with all that's been going on in the world around us, talk about potential sleeper elements, terrorists, being embedded amongst us, Immigration and Customs Enforcement Director Todd Lyons says Americans should feel safe on July 4. In light of the strikes on Iran's nuclear sites, the American public should feel safe going to any of these large fireworks celebrations, for instance, because Homeland Security has worked with local and state partners for days, weeks, and months leading up to ensure we have all the most current threat intelligence, he says. Speaking to News Nation this past day, law enforcement officials have said there are no specific credible threats currently, although we are on guard ahead of the holiday. Now, we would be foolish to assume that they're not plotting revenge, even if we can't see it right now. It will come. We need to maintain vigilance because if we don't, they will use the element of surprise to their advantage and cause harm. Elizabeth Newman, the former Department of Homeland Security Assistant Secretary for Counterterrorism during the first Trump administration, tells ABC News Iran's foreign minister last week threatened in a speech that his country will seek revenge that will have, quote, everlasting consequences. He also accused the United States of committing dangerous, lawless, criminal behavior. Now, in accordance with the UN Charter and its provisions allowing a legitimate response in self-defense, Iran reserves all options to defend its sovereignty, interest, and people. Again, that was the quote from Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, last week. So that's, have your head on a swivel. There's going to be many, many large gatherings taking place all around the country, of course. As I mentioned, a lot of folks heading to Toma, Wisconsin. The Budweiser Dairyland National Super Truck and Tractor Pool that's underway. I saw some of the video out of there, and it looks like the track was in pretty. I'm not even sure that they got any pooling in this past evening or not. Seeing as they had to postpone the Budweiser Clydesdales. Try to get you more on that. First, let's get a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is expected to soon have his big, beautiful bill on his desk. White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt said she anticipates the spending bill to be ready for the president's signature by the 4th of July.
This is the largest tax cut for working and middle-class Americans in history, and it's going to put more money into the pockets of hardworking Americans.
Democrats say the bill cuts Medicaid and other social safety nets by billions of dollars. Republicans call those much-needed reforms to the programs that will cut the deficit. The White House says President Trump has ended Iran's nuclear threat once and for all. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said Iran was weeks away from developing a nuclear weapon before Trump ordered the sites to be obliterated.
The objective of Operation Midnight Hammer was to destroy the regime's nuclear enrichment capacity and stop the grave nuclear threat posed to the United States, Israel, and the rest of the free world. The mission was an overwhelming success.
The White House has been playing defense, trying to debunk a leaked intel report suggesting Iran's nuclear program has been delayed but not destroyed. Leavitt was pivoting, saying the Trump administration now looks forward to peace and prosperity in the region. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is looking into last weekend's inaugural deployment of Tesla's self-driving robotaxis.
The service launched in Austin, Texas, with influencers using the service and posting videos of their trips. Those videos have drawn the attention of the government, however, after some of the cars appear to have difficulty with traffic laws, like speeding and crossing double yellow lines. The agency says it's in contact with Tesla and trying to get more information. I'm Matt Mattinson.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 404 points. The S&P 500 rose by 48 points. The Nasdaq gained 194 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
The Trump administration has sued federal judges in Maryland over an order which blocks the immediate removal of any detained alien who requests a court hearing.
The Justice Department filed a lawsuit against the chief judge of the U.S. District Court in Maryland, claiming the order interferes with the executive branch's powers. The administration has asked for a court ruling which would make the order unlawful, as well as an injunction to stop its enforcement. The Justice Department is also seeking to have the judges recuse themselves. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
A former attorney of President Trump is being disbarred in New York.
A panel of judges on New York's mid-level appeals court ruled that Kenneth Chesebro, who helped devise President Trump's alternate elector strategy in 2020, should be disbarred due to his guilty plea in Georgia's probe of the matter. His New York license was suspended last fall and still faces criminal charges in Wisconsin over his role there in the scheme. I'm Chris Coraggio.
A fireball shooting across the sky in the southeast drew plenty of attention today. David Pepper saw the fireball in the sky from his office window in Greenville, South Carolina.
And it was very bright, and it was unusual for during the daytime to see something that bright.
The American Meteor Society is calling it a bolide, an exceptionally bright meteor that can be accompanied by a sonic boom. This happened not long before 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, with sighting reports coming in from Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Tennessee. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Now, don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, another hour as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. I got a video last weekend, guy at Myrtle Beach, no less. And he's filming what he says, hey, there's a submarine right out there off the coast. Everybody's going crazy. They're evacuating the beach. I said, not a submarine. So I thought it might have been like a hoax video. The guy was serious. He thought it was a submarine. The experts explained it's what's called a bait ball. I guess thousands of little fish that all gather together as a protective measure to protect them against predators like sharks. Not this past day, they had either a drone or a helicopter overhead that were advising people, if you see a dark spot, like this guy thought it was a submarine beneath the water, don't go near the dark spots. Those are what they call bait balls. And you're likely to find sharks feeding on those little fish. It's kind of like the whole cicada scenario, when cicadas emerge in the millions and billions all at one time. It's because it's their way of survival. There will be so many of them emerge. The birds go into a frenzy. Other animals go into a frenzy, eating the cicadas as fast as they emerge. But so many come up that there's too much food for the birds to eat. That guarantees their survival so they can lay their eggs and come back 17 years later. Don't go near the dark spots there at the beach, is the word from authorities. They had the drone or the helicopter that showed one of those dark blotches, and there were sharks all around. Numerous sharks. Don't go near the dark spots. Hey, good morning, Pappy. Happy Friday.
What's happening, Steve? Happy Casual Friday.
Yes, sir.
Good to hear from the Gouger. Good to hear from Scarecrow. Nice treat for a Casual Friday.
Indeed.
Steve, if we got a submarine right off our coast where you can see it with the naked eye, we got big problems. I don't think I'd be worried.
And based on the video, I mean, it would have been grounded as close to the shore as it was.
Right. I wonder if old Gouger, if he gets lonely, maybe he could ride shotgun with Sundance. What do you think?
Oh boy!
How do you think that trip would be? That'd be a nice trip, wouldn't it? No, man, Steve, I was a little disappointed. I didn't stay up to watch it, but I recorded it, and unfortunately went over the hour that I had recorded. But once Pete Hesta got done talking, he turned it over to the general there. Man, all that was a lashing of the media.
CNN and the New York Times, blasting them and showing them how obliterated things were, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I was a little disappointed that they didn't have somebody in handcuffs. Hopefully that will come. But like Vic was saying, man, listen, Steve. And what got me is, Pete was going off on the media, and we all know who they are, what they are, and there's nothing we're going to be able to do to change their minds. Nothing. They are anti-American. They're ran by the globalists. Who knows how much they're probably getting paid to spew whatever the globalists tell them to spew on their show. They are anti-American. It's that simple. It's just a fact. And if people don't accept that and don't realize it, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know why Trump doesn't kick them off of the press corps. No reason to have them there. That's a pretty, I don't know, pristine is the correct word. I guess it is in the media business to be part of the White House press corps, right? You get to travel on with the president. They should come out tomorrow, kick CNN and MSNBC, all them guys. You're off the press corps. See you, bye. Put Steve Sommers in there.
Well, I mean, they have been trying to keep the Associated Press out. They've been battling about that, but I guess it's all about the freedom of the press, Pappy. Freedom of the press.
Well, they could be replaced, They can be replaced. There's other journalists out there. There's only so many seats, and they pay for them seats. Make no mistake about it. So they could be replaced. Other journalists out there that got their own broadcast now. Tucker, maybe, put him in there, man. Let him ride and report. And I don't know. So, yeah, it was a little disappointing. But hopefully they'll... I still think, Stevie, they know who it is, man. Or it was a plant, and they're still crossing the T's and dotting the I's, to get all the forensic evidence they need to charge and convict whoever done that. And I hope they make an example out of them. So, man, that's really about all I got, Steve. It was just a tongue lashing to the media.
And I guess they're still trying to get to the bottom of who the leaker was. They're digging for that, right?
Yeah, I think they probably know, like Vic said, they probably, because of just the way that report came out, you know what I'm saying? It was just the way it came out. They probably handed out some envelopes, right, to different people. Some got this envelope and some got this envelope, and so whoever leaked it was an envelope B. Man, Bongino used to talk all the time. I can't remember this dude's name. He was always on CNN and MSNBC. Anytime the CIA or the FBI, the CIA, Steve, or the FBI wanted something leaked, they would just give it to this cat, right? Because he would just leak it without doing any kind of journalist investigation at all, and just spew whatever they tell him. Remember, we talked about Operation Mockingbird. took place back in the 70s and still probably going on today, where the CIA had agents working for the networks. Look it up. Anybody don't believe me, just get on Google, top in Mockingbird, see what comes up. Operation Mockingbird. Anywho, man, Steve, it is going to be the 4th of July here in, what, about a week and a half? Week and a couple days here. Is it on a Friday?
It is. Next Friday, 1 week from today. Yeah.
Yeah, 1 week. Holy moly, man. Yeah, because I know we worked that Wednesday, Thursday, which is the 2nd and 3rd. And then, Steve, I'm off for like damn near the whole month for the rest of the month of July.
Really? Wow.
Yes, sir. Got to burn up that vacation time because I don't get it back. 9 months left. Remember Gilligan? I'm pretty sure it's Gilligan said his last day is the last day of April 2026. We are going to be retiring together, my brother. And what's funny, he said the other night when he called in, he was 32 when he started trucking. I was 32 when I started with the sheriff's office. Things you have in common. How about that? All right, brother. Yeah, we'll see how this peace deal goes, you know. Listen, Steve, the globalists want this war, man. You know, they want us involved over there. So hopefully we'll keep the brakes on. Nothing happens here at home. If something does happen, don't believe anything you're hearing at first. You know, Steve, what I heard is that there was some stuff on that assassin that shot and killed that husband and wife and wounded the other two on the parade day. I can't think of the guy's name. I really don't care if I don't know his name, but the one that shot the state reps.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I'm hearing there's some information that they were trying to make him look like a Trump supporter or a Republican, and he's far from it. And again, I'm just saying, whatever you hear from CNN, MSNBC, it's the opposite, Steve. Just take it as the complete opposite. So let's hope everything goes smooth. Everybody has a good time, enjoy themselves. You know, I mean, Steve, when it comes down to it, man, we got to live our lives. We can't let this stuff get to us so bad where it just eats you up alive, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know, keep on living, man. That's American dream. You know, come on, man. Get out, drink some Skull Busters, have a good time. Something happens, but don't let it, don't lose no sleep over it. Let's put it that way. Just be prepared, right?
Yep.
Watch your surroundings. All right, sir. I appreciate you taking the call. It's a great show. The whole week, I thought was a great show from what I've got to hear of it. And I appreciate you taking the call. Everybody be safe. Hammer down. Talk at you next week.
All right. There you go. Yeah, rolling toward Independence Day.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, and we're back. Yes, indeed, a casual Friday. So we're getting a late start this morning. You got a 4 a.m. start or what?
Absolutely, Your Honor. Yep. Don't get a chance to get up for the first half of the show when we do it this way. So, yeah, anyway, let's try to go back and listen to it some point later on. But were you able to see the fireball from up there in the Cincinnati area?
Yeah, I didn't see a thing.
You would have been napping anyway, wouldn't
right.
you?
Yep.
But anyway, so I kind of investigated a little bit there from what I believe it was Nick that called in yesterday and was friends with Blind Man there, talking about trying to see about this Baltimore channel.
Yeah.
I didn't know exactly what they had for programming overnight. I figured they had the spaceships and the UFOs and all that talk, and because that's what 90% of what's on the airways on the overnight on all the local channels. And well, it ends up that they got two guys there that occupied the front lobby out there at the Mid-America Truck Show on from 1 a.m. to 6 a.m.
Saw that.
So I don't know if we'll be able to bump them out or not there. So that's I don't know. We got a whole lot better program than what they do, but even the satellite wanted them. So I don't know. We'll have to see. I don't know if the satellite has any influence over that. I'm not even sure who they're owned by there. I don't know if they're like a Cumulus station or something else there.
Yeah, I looked that up and I sent you an email about that. And they're owned. They're owned by the family. You remember the guy that shot the United Healthcare CEO here several months ago?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. He is like the grandson or something of the owner of that station there.
Okay. Wasn't it? Was it that or an uncle or something? I forget. You're right.
He's related.
Member.
He's a family member. Yeah, I can't remember what it was, but I did send you that.
Okay. Well, that's an interesting twist into that situation,
right?
Isn't it?
Yep.
But anyways, there. So I don't know. There's a couple other odds and ends I sent you there. I don't remember a couple emails, a couple things I came across I thought you might find interesting. But anyways, there. So we got through all the storms last night. Boy, there was a lot of unsettled weather. Hard all the way from the Mason-Dixon line all the way up to the Harrisburg, a little bit above Harrisburg. There was some pretty heavy storms that came through, and then there was some heavy storms that came through down south of Baltimore there, down towards the Washington area, and they got some good hard winds and rain and stuff down there. So if anybody's in either of those areas, just kind of keep an eye out in case there's still trees wanting to fall over or fall into the highways there. I've seen actually a couple here that have been around from the last couple storms that they haven't got cleaned up they're right out to the white lines there. So if you're not careful on your right side there, you brush right into them. and just be alert for that type of thing there. And then yeah, we're supposed to have a high today of like, I don't know, 73 degrees, Your Honor. I got my winter coat. No, I didn't put my winter coat on, but I was thinking I might be able to.
So you're not complaining about it being too hot anymore, right?
Yeah, not for today anyway. Not for today. But we actually have this temperature of 69, Your Honor. 69 degrees this morning on a casual Friday.
How about that?
What can you do on a casual Friday with 69? I don't know. Anyways, so yeah, but it's short-lived, Your Honor. It's today, and then tomorrow the 90 degree, possible low 90s
coming back.
And
okay.
There's supposed to be then there's a front that's fighting between the north and the south. I think we've had a fight between the north and the south, haven't we? They said there's this fight between the north and the south for this front, and it's going to hold on pretty much all the way until the beginning of next week. So we're going to have these 90-degree temperatures, right around the 90-degree mark, but every day is going to be unsettled atmosphere. So we're going to have afternoon thunderstorms, and of course with all that, you don't know exactly what you're going to get for winds and straight line winds and high winds, and so just use caution, anybody planning coming to this area over the weekend or early next week. So, but other than that, things are kind of rolling along. I hear the Federal Justice Department they're going after Maryland. It's about time somebody does. Somebody's got to try to straighten this place out.
Exactly.
I don't know if they ever can or not.
All 15 of your federal judges got to shut them down.
Yep. Yeah, I hope so. They take them all away in them bracelets that are hooked together. But anyways, Your Honor, hey, we're coming up to the break and got our eyes in the sky looking for fireballs. Are they possible? Any retaliation, or are they just happen to be falling there out of? We don't know. We'll have to investigate that there. See who sent those fireballs. So. Anyways, have a good weekend, Your Honor. We'll chat at you all next week.
All right, you do the same. Safe travels out there. All right, so yeah, indeed. Final word out of day number 1 of the Budweiser Dairyland Nationals there, Tomah, Wisconsin. That was a washout, total washout. I'm looking at some of the photographs here. Yeah, got the haulers lined there. I mean, there's standing water everywhere. They must have got torrential rain there in Tomah this past day. So we'll see where things go here because action's supposed to be continuing here Friday and Saturday. Supposed to have been 5 full sessions. Yeah, what I'm seeing on the radar looks like, at least at this point in time, things have kind of cleared out. All that shower thunderstorm activity has now moved up, crossing up into southern Canada there. So if things continue to stay dry, maybe we'll get some pulling in later today, right? And Saturday. And with that, we'll get a news break here. 844-844-3388. Dial us up here on a casual Friday. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Back after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Trump administration will limit the sharing of classified information with Congress. Republican Congressman Michael McCall of Texas doesn't like that idea.
We're entitled to the classified information, the Intelligence, National Security Committees.
McCall chairs the House Foreign Affairs and Homeland Security Committees. The move comes on the heels of a leaked U.S. intel analysis claiming that Iran's nuclear program was only set back months, not years. The Supreme Court stopped Planned Parenthood from suing South Carolina
and gave the state the green light to take Planned Parenthood out of its Medicaid program because of its status as an abortion provider. The Guardian reports this decision could give red states across the nation motivation to defund the organization. The court's ruling is another blow at a series of such for Planned Parenthood and its related groups. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber, McGee, and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo
secret
code
word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com, at 100radioshows.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, coming up here in a bit, we'll get the full NTPA update from last weekend's action. Of course, next week's update, if they can get some action in there in Tomah, Wisconsin. We'll have the full breakdown from the Budweiser Dairyland Nationals. All right, I forgot to mention, I had my weekly chat with Ryan this past Wednesday morning, and he did notify me we've got another affiliate coming online. I believe it is starting, is it Monday? Sometime early July. I think it's next Monday. KTTH AM 770 in Seattle, Washington. All right, 770 AM. We will welcome them aboard. Again, early next week. They're owned by Salt Lake City-based Bonneville International. Okay. So the numbers continue to grow. That's a positive. We got the official word from the International Atomic Energy Agency Director General this past day that Iran's heavily fortified uranium enrichment plant in Fordow is no longer operational. Speaking to Radio France International, he thought the word destroyed or annihilated might be a bit too much, but suffered enormous damage. So there you go. There are other nuclear sites in Iran that have not been hit, he says. I know there's a lot of debate about the degree of annihilation, total destruction, whatever you want to call it. What I can tell you, and I think everybody agrees, is it is very considerable damage has been caused. Now, he did say inspectors have not yet gained access to the damaged Iranian sites. But we know these facilities inside out, so we can draw fairly accurate conclusions by looking at satellite images and so on about the type of damage and the consequences of what happened. He described the main enrichment site at Fordow as exaggerated and theatrical in its dimensions, akin to a supervillain's lair or a movie set. Yeah, despite its formidable appearance, he strongly doubted it could have protected Iran's delicate uranium centrifuges from the massive penetration bombs that were dropped last Saturday. Now, given the power of these devices and the technical characteristics of a centrifuge, these things are no longer operational. They're quite precise machines. They must have been significant physical damage. So technically, I say we can reach a fairly accurate conclusion. Then he repeated his statement that the IAEA does not know the fate of the enriched uranium stockpile. He said he strongly urged the Iranian foreign minister to disclose the location and allow the agency to inspect it, which is demanded by Iran's obligation under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Iran is a member of that treaty, therefore must have an inspection system. This can't be unilaterally suspended. I hope that's not the case, because if it were, we would be on the brink of a new crisis. Now, he insisted while Iran had enough enriched uranium and related technologies and developments necessary to produce perhaps a dozen warheads, he was confident they had not taken that fateful final step. But there you go, from the International Atomic. But they haven't yet had boots on the ground as well. A lot of surmising going on. Let me see. Eagle, you hanging with us here? Welcome back.
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, we got you, Eagle. Go ahead.
Yeah, hello? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I just got out of the truck. I had to do something right quick. Yeah, Steve, got a couple other things to talk about this time. I think you said last night, I was talking about NASCAR. You said that NASCAR is going to be in Atlanta, Georgia this weekend.
That is correct. Atlanta this weekend, and then the 4th of July weekend, it's the road course, the road race in Chicago.
Yeah, I thought that's what you said last night. Yeah, back in the old days, back in the 80s and 90s, they used to have Daytona, they used to have a race for the 4th of July. But I guess they moved that. They don't do that no more. So you said they're going to Chicago. Chicago is on the 4th, the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
So that didn't look like too good of a race last year. The Chicago race didn't look too much going on. I don't know if they still got that one guy, the guy that won in Mexico City. I forgot what his band. I forgot what I say his last name. I don't know if he's gonna be running in that race because he dominated the race down in Mexico City. Still ain't heard nothing about that, Steve. Have you heard any other information about if they going back to Mexico City next year? Are they? Have you heard any news? If they still got a race going on?
I haven't heard a thing about returning there. I'm not sure, but I'm thinking.
Yeah, 'cause I heard
probably will. I'm thinking.
Yeah, because I heard a couple of drivers got in trouble. Making some comments about Mexico City. I forgot what was the driver? One of them guys got fined a lot of money. So the ESC said some bad things about the city of Mexico, Mexico City, but I can't remember what the driver's name was. But yeah, there was some people that wasn't very happy with the situation. They was talking about how dangerous it was. They couldn't leave the hotel or something. So I don't know. We'll see if they go back next year, but we'll see what happens on that situation. But yeah, Steve, some more information, man. On the Iran deal, well, not with the interview with the press conference with Pete this morning.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, Steve. People demand. I was listening to some people today, on a talk show, and these people. I don't know. Maybe you got more information about this. But first of all, before I get into that, I wanted to ask you something, Steve. Okay, now, these people keep saying, I talked to you about the leader, the supreme leader, and the first time I called you tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this nuclear device, let's say if they did get a nuclear device and they released this nuclear weapon into Israel, what type of death toll? Since they're talking about, Trump and these other leaders are saying that this man can never have a nuclear weapon. What would happen? What would be the death toll if this person released a nuclear device? Do you know that? Do you know what the death toll would be?
At this point, I don't know. It would depend on the strength of the bomb itself. There's great variations, and everything within a certain radius is immediately vaporized, and then you get miles and miles away people that suffer severe burns, and most of them die from radiation. But again, it depends on strength of the device.
Yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I'm saying, like, if he released it into Israel,
mm-hmm.
What would be, what you would say that anything would be instantly vaporized, and a lot of people would have radiation.
Correct.
If he released a bomb. Okay, so let me say this. Okay, so Pete this morning, and I watched his press conference, and I don't know about you. I don't know how you feel about it, Steve, but me personally, I believe the military, I don't have to, I'm not like these CNN people. These people actually act like they deserve the right to see the video, the actual bombs actually hitting the ground, hitting the tubes that they went down. I think, if I was Pete, I wouldn't show him nothing, man. It's like these people, it's almost like these idiots don't believe that they actually had a mission over there to
right.
to Iran. I'm talking about wish that bad luck on their own country. I've never seen nothing like this, Steve. These news reporters are like, we're demanding that you show us the video of the bombs hitting. We want to see evidence that this laboratory no longer exists. I'm like, well, who the hell are these people? The man told you he sent the planes over there on a mission, 38-hour flight, and all the bombs that they dropped. Well, what the hell are you talking about? This place no longer exists. It can't exist anymore. And even if it does, it's going to take years. I don't know who came up with this months thing. That's another thing that's stupid talking about, well, they can rebuild in a couple of months, 2 or 3 months. They're not going to be able to rebuild that laboratory in a couple of months, Steve. You know that. It's going to be years. They set this program back. This nuclear program is it's probably at 5 or 10% on a 100% basis right now. I give them just the benefit of the doubt. It might have 10% life left right now. But you got these CNN people that actually telling Donald that Trump is a liar, that he shouldn't have used a word obliterated.
Right.
The place was obliterated, Steve. If you got 2 bunker buster bombs being dropped into this place, there's no way in hell that place is still around, the laboratory. And even if it is still around, like I just said, it's going to be years before they can dig all that stuff out and get another program started. So as far as I'm concerned, Iran, and the only evidence, like I always tell you, Steve, the only evidence that you need that they don't have a nuclear weapon is, guess what? They haven't used it, because I promise you, if that guy over there, I just talked about the Supreme Leader, the first call, if he had a nuclear bomb, you can bet your last dollar, and I'm talking 100% chance that guy would use it. So that's all the evidence I need right there. And I thank you for taking my call.
And it wasn't 2 bunker busters. It was, well, technically, 14? 14 30,000 pounders. Trying to remember, how many did they drop on the 4 now? They were split up a bit, but I think, 14 in total. Massive. And we've seen the video. Yeah, the mushroom cloud coming up when those things dropped. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Time was money in 4.1 Pro Stock. The Nelsons, you should have heard them just around midnight. And move over, boys. Nurse Abby is breaking. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The largest multi-class payout ever took place Saturday night at 300 Raceway in Farley, Iowa, as the Farley Nationals, presented by Raider Implement, drew to their conclusion before a raucous crowd and in view of the tractor pulling universe on Full Pull Live. 6 competitors made history as they each held winners' checks totaling $50,000 as part of a 3-night purse well in excess of $750,000. First to experience the thrill and bewilderment of pulling's largest first prize was Rob Foster of Fairgrove, Michigan. His Simply Red 4-wheel drive was dominant, winning their Thursday heat from the leadoff position before returning Saturday and making a late charge to best Daniel Bosch's Midnight Raider and Lisa Peterson's Profab.
My dad got me into this mess, and he always thought we were all crazy for going all over the country for nothing. I just know he's happy tonight, and also Roger Simon. This was his dream also, and we're so happy to be able to do it, and I just cannot believe it.
Then came the 4.1 Pro Stocks and another two-hook sweep. Dean Liskey's Killin' Time also converted a prelim win into a mid-class draw and hung on through a dozen more tough limited pros to claim the crown.
It's unbelievable. I thought I was going to die.
Closest were Danny Barker's Rhapsody and Tony McDonald's Well Spent. In Superstock Diesel 4x4, the field was smaller but the climb no less stressful, especially on new dad Eric Stacy. He and Lily expected their child right around Farley time. Sure enough, they welcomed the daughter last week. And we'll let Eric tell it.
They're home watching. I can't tell you how great this last week's been for me. Best time of my life. When this all come about, she said, "You're going. I believe in you. You can do it."
Todd Dugan's Angry Shine and Cody Lee's Kong also got 5-figure rewards for their efforts. In CM Pulling Tires Modified Mini. This is becoming a habit, Abby Leichner, a winner of previous $10,000 prizes in Bowling Green and Louisville. The registered nurse from Weldon, Illinois is earning her reputation as Big Money Abby.
Everyone's been working their butts off while I get to work and just sit in the seat. Yeah, I'm just super excited to be here.
Pro Stock veteran Peter Norton was second with his Little Hurricane, while all-time winnings driver Adam Bauer's Iron Toy was third. The Nelson family of Altamont, Illinois brought a caravan of trucks to Farley, and it paid off in a Gatorade shower over Jared and his Midnight Revenger Chevrolet after they established their 10-foot winning margin.
You know, our goal was just to make it to Saturday night, and we never dreamed we'd get to Saturday with all 4 trucks plus the minis.
Second was 2023 Grand National champ Donnie Sullivan and Big Stick, and Nathan Faust Hang Time was third. And in Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock, you may now resume breathing as Den Lemke.
Well, I think I came out of the hole pretty good, and then she just picked up and went, and I tried not to touch a brake, and next thing you know, I'm going 332. And she felt good. I'm just tickled pink about it.
Lemke and his family's new generation plus John Deere best of the Rowan team's High Limit and Lemke Motorsports affiliate John Link's Revelation Pro in a battle royale of the toughest 22 Pro Stocks in the nation. This week, it's back to points pulling with number 50 playing another substantial role. It's the 50th anniversary of the Budweiser Dairyland NTP Super Nationals at Recreation Park in Tomah, Wisconsin, in 5 sessions from Thursday through Saturday, June 26th through the 28th. Visit TOMAHTractorPoll.com for ticket and camping info, fullpoll.live for the online broadcast, and NTPAPULL.com or the NTPA mobile app for all the rest. There's also regional action in Arcola, Indiana, those same 3 nights, as well as in Cadiz, Ohio on Thursday. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Now, of course, we've been talking some flooding rains here in the lower 48. From Texas to West Virginia, Maryland, in Alaska. Fuel haulers, they tell us, are experiencing disruptions following major flood damage to the Dalton Highway in Alaska. A major breach, erosion, and compromised embankments among the damage across an 88-mile stretch of the highway. In addition to deliveries of fuel and industrial equipment, many freight carriers stranded. Petroleum operations and public safety also a concern. Nearly 50% of that state's budget depends on oil and gas production. And the Dalton Highway's the economic lifeline for Alaska, according to the DOT. It keeps the North Slope energy sector supplied. And so the governor's quick actions ensure we have the tools and flexibility to respond and protect this vital corridor and restore reliable access for the industry. They've had a rapid spring melt, and the cause of damage between the 315 and 404 mile markers. The damage exceeds the state's capacity for routine emergency maintenance. So a disaster declaration is now in place. The extreme flooding, though, multiple washouts, infrastructure failures, severing Alaska's critical supply to the North Slope oil fields. Stranded freight disrupting fuel and equipment deliveries, threatening significant economic and operational impacts. They do say crews and contractors are pretty much working round the clock, 24/7, trying to get this thing back up and running. All right, so, yeah, big time disruptions there along the Dalton Highway. Well, good morning, Charlie.
Good morning, Steve, and fellow listeners. Yes, this is the unofficial Charlie Ferguson impersonator of the Overnight Drive. The man who aspires to one day be considered the Rich Little of the Overnight Drive. Well, Steve, he's talking about that big asteroid or comet, that's what it was, out there by Neptune. Now, what is the name of that next planet this way, towards Saturn?
Yeah, Uranus.
I said the planet, not my butt. Oh, that's the name of the planet. Oh, that's one of the right-wing jokes. Wing nut. He told me that when I figured I'd try it on you. Hey, by the way, you talk to Wright. Don't tell him, don't worry about accommodations. I'm going to be bringing the motorhome out so we can stay there. Yep. I get you a picture of what my motorhome looks like. You've seen Christmas Vacation, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation.
Oh, yeah, she's a beaut, Clark.
Yeah, she's a little better than Cousin Eddie, so don't worry about it. It shouldn't stick out too much. Now, you have a garden hose and an outside plug. I could plug it in there, right? Don't you? Yeah, and we need to get with Lauren Weiss. Last time we put them girls in the school bus, we broke 3 leaf springs, and we can't do it in the motorhome either, because I was going to get Lauren Weiss to bring the wrestling girls out, so just take the Lauren, we'll see if we can't get him to bring cattle truck over. By the way, I'm working security here at the GMA and BS Enterprises skyscraper. I'm promoted to captain. Of course, the only problem is I'm the only security guard, so I guess it don't matter what rank I wear. And I got excited. Gilligan told me earlier tonight, says, I'm getting a pay raise. He's going to pay me $10 an hour. I said, well, hot dogs. Then I realized it was Canadian dollars, so it works out just about like minimum wage anyway. Leave it up to him. He's got to figure out a way to do you in. Well, anyway, Steve, that's about all I got. Well, I appreciate you taking my call, and I hope everybody has a happy and safe weekend. Looking forward to the party.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, it's just around the corner, isn't it? All righty. We're looking at our final hour coming up here. Who we got on board? The Blind Man checking in here on a Friday. We'll talk a little bit more what's going on in the world of sports. Brain Dead got some NASCAR news. And room for you at 844-844-3388. All right, good to have you on board the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Trump administration will limit the sharing of classified information with Congress. Republican Congressman Michael McCall of Texas doesn't like that idea.
We make the laws here. We're entitled to the classified information. The Intelligence, National Security Committees.
McCall chairs the House Foreign Affairs and Homeland Security Committees. The move comes on the heels of a leaked U.S. intel analysis claiming that Iran's nuclear program was only set back months, not years. McCall is speculating that the leak did not come from Congress, noting most leaks he's seen have come from the executive branch. The United States is ending financial support for efforts by the international vaccine organization Gavi to purchase vaccines for use in developing countries. That's the word from Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
When the science was inconvenient, Gavi ignored the science. I call on Gavi today to re-earn the public trust and to justify the $8 billion that America has provided in funding since 2001.
Kennedy made the remarks in a video played yesterday during Gavi's pledging summit in Brussels. Meanwhile, a vaccine advisory committee assembled by Kennedy is reviewing the childhood vaccine schedule. The CDC's advisory committee on immunization practices met yesterday for the first time since Kennedy dismissed the entire panel and appointed all new members. The Supreme Court stopped Planned Parenthood from suing South Carolina
and gave the state the green light to take Planned Parenthood out of its Medicaid program because of its status as an abortion provider. The Guardian reports this decision could give red states across the nation motivation to defund the organization. The court's ruling is another blow in a series of such for Planned Parenthood and its related groups, including the move to overturn Roe v. Wade 3 years ago. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
A federal judge is rejecting claims that Meta violated copyright when training its artificial intelligence models.
On Wednesday, the judge ruled against 13 authors who claimed Meta violated their copyrights when it allowed its Llama language model to be trained using their books. The judge concluded the company's use of the books falls under fair use. Despite this, he appeared open to arguments that if the AI model used original works to create knockoff versions, that likely wouldn't fall under fair use. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The planned shutdown of Job Corps centers across the country at the end of the month is being put on hold.
A federal judge granted a national preliminary injunction to halt the closures that were directed by the U.S. Department of Labor. The department claims the program, which offers free education and vocational training along with housing for disadvantaged young people ages 16 to 24, is no longer achieving its intended outcomes. The National Job Corps Association said the injunction will provide immediate stability to students and staff, but acknowledged it doesn't give them finality. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Fortnite gamers could be getting a refund.
The federal
Trade Commission is sending out $126 million in refunds to nearly 1 million gamers who were charged for unwanted purchases while playing Fortnite online. The FTC said Wednesday it's sending about 970,000 checks and PayPal payments to gamers who filed a valid claim. The refunds are part of a settlement over charges that Fortnite developer Epic Games used deceptive practices to trick online players into making purchases they otherwise would not have made. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive. Alrighty, as we roll into that final hour. Good to have you on board here on an early Friday, TGIF. You know, there aren't many of them left out there, but yeah, here and there are still some drive-in movie theaters left. It used to be a dime a dozen. Yeah, more and more becoming a thing of the past. I actually saw a blurb this past day where the actual movie theater that as they exist today, the likes of TMC, and they're saying probably in less than 20 years they will be a thing of the past as well. Gone. Came across a little blurb though that locally. When's the last time you did an all night drive-in theater experience? Yeah, it looks like this weekend we've got a local drive-in. That's not real local. It's about an hour away from me, but yeah, first feature starts at 9:20 as the sun sets. Yeah, Final Destination Bloodlines, followed by Sinners at 11:30. Clown in a Cornfield at 1:45 a.m. And the final feature, How to Train a Dragon. That starts at 3:25 in the morning. Now, what do you think the odds are that you're going to make it through from 9 o'clock in the evening till like 5 o'clock in the morning? Wow, that's a lot of time at the drive-in, but that's what they got going, a special feature. Kicking off our final hour here, let me get to the blind man, see what he has happening as we roll toward the weekend. Morning, blind man.
Good morning, Steve. I really had a nice long chat with Horst Feathers yesterday, and we were talking about WCBM. It's a mom and pop station, and we're trying to get your show on that station, and the family doesn't seem to want to try anything new.
Yeah.
But, if enough people,
email the station and say, we want to hear Overnight Drive, maybe they'll listen to enough people and put your show on. That's our goal. Nick and I have been trying to have your show put on that station. Sean Casey is the program director, and Nick and I have been trying to talk to him, but for some reason they seem to have their own comfort zone and don't want to try anything new. But if enough people, email the station and say, we want to hear Overnight Drive, maybe if enough people do that, maybe the station will put your show on, and that will be a huge plus for you because you'll be heard over the air now in the Baltimore area and those who can get the station online.
Well, in the world of radio there, Blind Man, it's just the overnight is not really a big focus for program directors. Yeah, they don't generate a lot of revenue typically during the overnight hours. They just put something on to let it run. Yeah, that's why you see so many stations airing the likes of George Norrie, and of course they've got the guys out of Dallas there, the Red Eye guys, which
Dumb and Dumber.
So it's just,
I mean, they just talk back and forth.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're far more interested in those two guys. And I learn a lot from listening to your show.
Right.
And talking to the individual truckers that I call or they call me. I think I told you that Eskimo Mom calls me Sunday morning, and
yep.
I have a nice long chat with her as she's driving home. And sometimes Pup will get on there, and I think Dingback got on there. I had a nice talk with her. Maybe it was last Sunday or the Sunday before. But anyway, that's really all I have to say. Like I said, we're trying to get WCBM to put your show on. It's a lot more entertaining than what they got on now.
Well, I appreciate your support there, Blind Man. Thank you so much. We, like I said, we are gathering new affiliates around the country. Kicking off in Seattle again here next week. Let me see. Under the industry headlines, you're going to love this. The adoption of technology, oftentimes called trackers on truckers, is one of the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance goals for the next highway bill. Now, of course, the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance, CVSA, the local, state, and federal officials focused on commercial motor vehicle enforcement, recently shared their legislative priorities. At the top of their list is a plan for all new commercial motor vehicles to have a universal electronic vehicle identifier. This would let officials identify vehicles from a short distance. They argue the technology is needed because jurisdictions don't have the resources to inspect every commercial vehicle. The electronic ID would allow enforcement to focus on high-risk carriers and drivers. Deployment of this technology, they say, would revolutionize the way commercial vehicle roadside monitoring, inspection, and enforcement are conducted, exponentially growing the program, improving roadway safety. They said a manufacturing requirement on all new commercial vehicles would complement the existing pre-screening technologies just some jurisdictions currently utilize. Now, they've also advocated for electronic vehicle identifiers. You talked about that earlier this year in the subcommittee comments on the House Highways and Transit Subcommittee, which would expand the footprint of enforcement and allow inspectors to better identify and prioritize vehicles that would have safety concerns. The opposition says the push to mandate this on truckers isn't something new. The CVSA first petitioned the FMCSA to do this all the way back in 2010. Then in 2022, the FMCSA issued an advance notice of proposed rulemaking that considered requiring all interstate commercial vehicles to have an electronic ID. OOIDA and individual truckers immediately opposed this proposal, saying it would not improve safety and it would actually violate the privacy of the truck driver. Yeah, OOIDA and our members oppose this in the strongest possible terms. From the comments submitted by OOIDA. We have been extremely clear. This is an unwarranted intrusion into privacy as well as an overly costly, burdensome requirement that does nothing to improve their efficiency or their safety. So as far as the current administration goes, they're talking about rolling back more and more mandates, more and more rules and regulations in the trucking industry. I don't think it's going to go anywhere with Sean Duffy, but who knows, somewhere further down the line, as typically they continue pushing for this stuff year after year after year. All right, what's going on, Brain Dead? Happy Friday. Well, for me.
Just dealing with the idiots in the warehouse. I got other words, but, you'll probably just beat me and ban me, so I'd rather not do that too well, but yeah, they've been pushing me back last couple of nights, 2 hours, because normally I would be on the line with the blind man, and good to hear from him. But yeah, Steve, I'm so ready for winter right now. I mean, it's so hot out here. Satan left the door open this time. But you got big plans for the weekend?
Not really. No. It's going to be a very subtle weekend.
So let me guess, pool and skull busters, right?
That may be about what it amounts to. Yeah, ain't going to be much else.
Slacker. Anyway, yeah, poor Eskimo mom hit it right. Us grocery haulers, we still got to work. But got a couple of things in the baseball world. But I want to answer Eagles questions here for a minute. Number one, the NASCAR schedule does not come out till I think about the middle of August. Should be about the middle of August. That's when they're going to get all that situated and sorted out. Now, yes, I did go back when the Firecracker 400 was at the Daytona. In 2023, they changed that for the Chicago Street Course, and they have made the Daytona race the cutoff race for the playoffs. And I think we've got 8 more races to the playoffs. So if you're one of those teams right now that's on the bubble, you need to be stepping up your game and getting in because that's what Shane Van Gissenberg did. Now, yes, the guy that won Mexico, his name is Shane Van Gissenberg. You could just say SVG like a lot of people just say. Now, he is a road course ringer, yes, but he's also not a road course ringer. Now, in 2023, Trackhouse brought him over from Australia because they run the Australia Supercars over there, which is very close to the NASCAR cars, very close. And he wound up winning the first street race up there in Chicago. So what did Trackhouse do? Hey, guess what? We have a way to get into the playoffs. Because remember, if you win a race, you get into the playoffs, and if you get into the playoffs, it's more money. Look at Harrison Burton. Harrison Burton won that Daytona race. What happened? He went into the playoffs. The Wood brothers collected, I think, an extra $4 to $5 million on top of what they were cut for at the end of the year. Because right now, there's all this sponsorship money that's sitting out there waiting to come in, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's how he got in, and now he's in the playoffs because he's 30th in points and has won a race. And I agree with you 100%. And me and Pornstar were talking about this the other night. It should be based on consistency. It should be. It should not be just win a race and get in.
Yep.
It should be based on the consistency. Because if you look at William Byron, there's only been 2 weeks, I think, that Byron has not been number one. But he has been consistently fast, consistently there. And the only race he's won is the Daytona 500. That's the only race he's won. So, needless to say, it is what it is. It's until NASCAR decides to fix the issue, there's really nothing that they're going to listen to. Because I've heard different podcasts, I've heard different articles and whatnot, and you have all of these drivers, and I'm not some little no name 30th place racer. I'm talking about some of the legends. You know, Mark Martin, Kenny Schrader. I mean, I could just keep going down the line with names. And they're all saying that NASCAR needs to change the system because you're just glorifying winning the race. It's nothing about the consistency part of it. So, now let me switch gears to baseball real quick. Did you happen to hear about, I think his name is Lilian Hernandez, pitcher for the Boston Red Sox? Did you hear about that today?
No, sir.
This past day?
Mm-mm.
Well, apparently he got some death threats.
Oh, yeah.
Now, it's like, remember earlier in the week we had the fan that got booted from all baseball parks for the comments he said to Kevin Marte? When are people going to realize it's just a game? I mean, yes, I take my Cardinals seriously. I take my Vols seriously, just like Dingbat does her team, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But when we have a bad game, we're not going to go to the individual player and say, hey, we're going to off you and your family. I mean, it's just wrong. It's just a game. There's going to be another game tomorrow or next week or whenever. It's not worth it, because if you go back and look, I think it was about a month ago or so, a pitcher for the Astros, same thing, had a online bettor in England not only make death threats against him, but if I remember right, I think it was some sort of Olympic athlete or some Formula One driver. I can't remember who the other guy was, or other player was. But this is beyond nuts. I mean, seriously, it's like, come on, people, let it go. It's just a game.
There's only one winner and one loser, and that's on every game, every time. Well, unless there's a tie, I guess. There's an occasional tie, but...
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry loan just today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at Diesel Power Group 74 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
That was Vic a little bit earlier that brought up some of our discussions. Yeah, that it got a lot of people in trouble via social media talking about COVID. Heaven forbid anyone said anything negative about the shots in the mRNA for those early years. How many people lost their jobs? Speaking of which, I mentioned the Department of Defense right now is actually slowly bringing back, rehiring personnel who got fired for refusing to take the damn shot. Nearly 8,000 were released by the Department of Defense over that issue. The current number of service members in the process of reinstatement is only about 100, according to reporting from Breitbart. Only 13 have been returned to service. Since that process opened up, about 700 more have expressed interest, but are not in an active reinstatement mode right now. Some of the things we were saying at the time that would have got you into trouble is, well, we don't really know. This is all experimental. We don't know in 1 year, 2 year, 10 years what the impacts on the body from these might be, right? We said that. Gradually, with each passing day, we're learning a bit more. The Food and Drug Administration this past day has expanded the existing warnings on the 2 leading COVID vaccines about a rare heart side effect, mainly seen in younger men, myocarditis, the heart inflammation that's usually mild, emerged as a complication after the first shots became widely available back in 2021. Prescribing information from both Pfizer and Moderna already advises doctors about the issue. In April, the FDA sent letters to both drug makers asking them to update and expand the warnings to add more details about the problem and cover a larger group of patients. While the FDA can mandate label changes, the process is often more of a negotiation with the companies. So what they've come up with, specifically, the new warning lists the risk of myocarditis as 8 cases per million people who got the 2023 and 24 shots between the ages of 6 months and 64 years. The label also notes the problem has been most common among males ages 12 to 24. Previous labels said the problem mostly occurred in 12 to 17-year-olds. The FDA's labeling change kind of conflicts with some of the prior findings of scientists elsewhere in the government. CDC had previously concluded there was no increased risk of myocarditis detected in government vaccine injury databases from back in 2022. Either way, the FDA announcement as the new vaccine advisors appointed by Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Met to debate the continuing use of COVID vaccines for several key groups, including pregnant women. In the first meeting, the advisory panel abruptly dismissed all 17 members of that group. They named a new panel that includes several members with a history of not so favorable vaccine statements, they say. And with that, all right, here we got Brother Rambler to be checking in with us momentarily. It looks like Scrapyard dropped off. Had to take care of some other business. So we've got a room for you at 844-844-3388. All right, another muggy night outside the secret bunker. 72 degrees at this hour. Going to be another warm, muggy day, but an increased chance of showers and thunderstorms here in the Ohio Valley. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Trump administration will limit the sharing of classified information with Congress. Republican Congressman Michael McCall of Texas doesn't like that idea.
We're entitled to the classified information. The Intelligence National Security Committees.
McCall chairs the House Foreign Affairs and Homeland Security Committees. The move comes on the heels of a leaked U.S. intel analysis claiming that Iran's nuclear program was only set back months, not years. The Supreme Court stopped Planned Parenthood from suing South Carolina
and gave the state the green light to take Planned Parenthood out of its Medicaid program because of its status as an abortion provider. The Guardian reports this decision could give red states across the nation motivation to defund the organization. The court's ruling is another blow in a series of such for Planned Parenthood and its related groups. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber, McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo code.
Word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in. Save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com. At 100radioshows.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 drive at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Alrighty, where we leave off there? Yeah, not everyone is tech savvy as they came. Yeah, most everyone nowadays has a smartphone, but there are many of the, especially in the baby boomer generation, not all that tech savvy. Which brings us to Kroger, of course, one of the biggest grocery store chains in the world, and has decades of history serving the public. It's kind of wild to think that the story started in 1883 when Barney Kroger invested his life savings of $372 to open a grocery store in downtown Cincinnati. Today, 2,700 stores, 35 states. Our current practices, they say, are rooted in Barney Kroger's early efforts to serve customers food freshness, low prices, and innovation. Of course, like many businesses over the years, they've had to evolve with the changing times, and the grocery business, it's nothing like it was even 10 years ago. Let alone when Barney opened the first store. But Kroger announced a major change for shoppers. It's a bit old-fashioned compared to what you might think for an announcement in 2025. The Kroger Company family of stores accepts paper and digital coupons. They also have a special digital coupon program. But not everyone's tech savvy enough to use the digital coupons. So the big announcement is they're going to be offering actual paper versions of their weekly digital deals. A solution for shoppers that struggle with the digital coupons, still providing the same savings, though. Oftentimes, Princess, she'll go through the digital. She's got the app on her phone, and I'll go to the store, and if she neglected to download the coupon, you've got to have it on the app. When you scan your card, you get the discounts. It gets to be kind of a burden. Yeah, I remember the days when you'd buy the Sunday paper just so you could clip out, the paper. Yeah, at the time was poured like, 50 cents or $1. And it was well worth the investment just for the coupon savings you would get. But most of the paper coupons have gone the wayside. Everything is digital today. So what they're going to be doing is bringing back the ability to have access to the paper coupons. They'll have them at the entrance of Kroger stores so you can pick the ads up on your way into the store. Then at checkout, you can have the cashier scan the coupon, or you can scan it yourself during the self-checkout. So, what was once old is suddenly becoming new again in the form of paper coupons. Interesting. Morning, Brother Rambler. Happy Friday.
Well, praise God and good morning. Give me 1 minute. You get off my lawn, you kids. Sorry, I had a senior moment there, Steve. Anyway, praise God. I'm glad to be on the air with you, man. And And I tell you, old folks in technology, unfortunately, I'm becoming one of those old folks in technology.
Yeah.
You know, Steve, if you don't keep up, you will fall behind with technology. And you'll fall behind real quick, you know. So, I encourage people my age, which I'm pushing 50, if you don't keep up with the times, you'll be one of those old men or old women sitting on your porch screaming at the kids to get off your lawn. So you got to keep up. You know, because we're living in a tech-savvy world. Shout out to Dennis Fraley. He asked a question on your Facebook page on government control or social control. And if you look up the definition of social control, it says here, social control exerted actively or passively by group action. I prefer self-control myself. And that falls under the guidance of free will, which God gave mankind free will. And I always go back to Romans chapter 8, verses 1 and 2. That says, For the law of the Spirit of life has set me free from the law of sin and death. And I believe that if you know the Lord Jesus Christ and you want to live a Christian life, then you'll follow the law. The law represents the Lord Jesus Christ, and the universal law is the Ten Commandments. So I don't believe in having government control. I don't believe in having a bunch of communist kids like say for instance, Pol Pot over there in Cambodia, and the Khmer Rouge that happened.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that was a bunch of 15, 16-year-old kids that promoted social control through government. So I believe a human being should have free will, because that's the way God made us, Steve, to have free will, the right to choose. But we also have to follow under God's universal law of the Ten Commandments. So, and that's my little 2 cents. I'm kind of late to the buffet, so I'm getting a bunch of scraps. I missed all the good stuff. I heard Monkey Gouger called in again. Heard it was a good phone call. Did Knucklebuster call in?
I have not heard from Knucklebuster since that call there Monday morning, where he just called to kind of thank everybody for the thoughts and the prayers. So I never heard any further, time, and I'm assuming that a funeral may have taken place by now. I'm not sure what they did. So,
well, I'm pretty sure everything's taken place by now, and I'm pretty sure it was a great service. Someone asked a question. I can't remember who it was. Asked, would I travel to officiate a wedding or do a funeral, or if someone asked me, when I'm traveling to like out of state up to where y'all live, someone asked me to come up there and preach. Well, absolutely, I would. I would have to, your pastor or y'all would have to give me at least a couple of weeks' notice, so I could get everything scheduled and get down here. But I would definitely travel. So, yeah, anytime, you want to holler at your pastor, or if you're a pastor of a church and you want me to come on up there and preach to your congregation, absolutely. Just give me a heads up, and you can find me right there on Facebook, Determined Ministries Church, and message us right there, and we'll respond to you, and we'll get everything set up and come on up there and grace you with our presence. Praise God. By this time tomorrow, we're going to be reading about, unless God performs a miracle, and we serve a miracle-working God, we'll be seeing the headlines of Jimmy Swaggart passing away. The family has asked that all family members gathered to the hospital. They may have to make some decisions. And basically, Brother Jimmy Swaggart is not regained consciousness. He's been ventilated since Father's Day.
Wow.
And basically what they're saying, unless a miracle happens, and we do serve a miracle-working God, that this is going to be the end. Like I said, they've called everyone to say, hey, y'all need to come on, all grandkids, all family members. If you want to say your goodbyes, you need to come say your goodbyes. So, They say that Sister Frances has not left the hospital just to go home and shower and eat, and she's been up there with her husband. They've been married 72 years.
Wow.
And, of course, we all know that he had his scandal and everything like that, but God still used him. And I love it when people say, "Oh, he did this, oh, he did that." There are people listening to us right now who have cheated on their husbands, who have cheated on their wives, who have stole money from major corporations, who have done jail time. Jesus said, "Let he who is without sin cast the first stone." The only reason why he made the headlines is because he was a very well-known man of God who made his money through the music that he made. Just like his cousin Jerry Lee and his cousin Mickey Gilley. So, hey, if you're going to sit there and jeer and make fun of, the man of God, hey, we're not perfect. And that's why this message this Sunday is called "It Rains on the Just and the Unjust Alone." It does. And you can find us over at Determined Ministries Church, Steve, 5 o'clock p.m. Central Time. We go live, and we would love to be able to have you come on and just visit us. And, we're going to sing some of your favorite gospel songs. I'm not the world's best singer, but you know what? I get on there and on a worldwide platform, and I sing my heart out. And I'm not the world's best, but I sing for Jesus. And preach the anointed message that the Lord gave through the Holy Spirit. And we're just going to preach our heart out to you and tell you that there is a better life. There is a better way through the works and the means of what Jesus did and what he accomplished at the cross. So, praise God. Come on and join us. And if you're up at the 11 o'clock Central, 12 o'clock Eastern, there's another show. Steve, can you tell us about that wonderful show?
Would that be the one and only Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Would that be the one?
Sponsored by Hot Shot Secret. And if you want to get your Hot Shot Secret needs, I encourage you to go to overnightdriveradio.com, where you can find Hot Shot Secret, and you can find all your swag for Steve Sommers, sponsored by Hot Shot Secret. And whether you live in Ely, the High Plains District of Ely, Nevada, or the Gulf Coast of Houston, Texas, you can catch Steve live in a living color on the podcast as it repeats itself day in, day out, and on social media on his Facebook page, also on Rumble, YouTube, and the Hot Shot app. Well, the Steve Sommers, sponsored by Hot Shot Secret app that you can download on your Google Play and iOS store. So come on, give him a chance. And like I said, if you're a first-time caller, you get a $60 voucher that you can go to hotshotsecret.com and use to get any Hot Shot Secret product within the $60 range. So praise God for that. Everyone, I want you to have a great weekend. Let's lift one another up in prayer. All right? Let's quit throwing stones. Let's quit judging one another. There's only one person that needs to judge, and that is the Lord thy God. We're not God. Let's don't judge one another. Let's love one another. Let's inspire one another. Let's lift one another up through the gospel of our Lord Jesus Christ. And I leave you with this, and that is love. Love is more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And everyone, I'll talk to you again. This time next week, I'll be in Florida. Not down there where Philip's at. I'll be in Pensacola running the Florida route. We love you, God's children. Have a great weekend, and we'll talk to you later.
Thank you much. Have a great weekend. Have a good sermon there Sunday. Well, good morning, Truck and Phil. Casual Friday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Welcome aboard all the new Marine Corps veterans and all the veterans and active service personnel that listen in. We're starting off at 69, warming to 84 today. About a 40% chance of rain. 69 to 84 as well in Newaygo, Michigan. All right, a big shout out to the great Knucklebuster. Roll on. Have a great weekend. Hey, only 181 days till Christmas, though. Thank you so much. Truck and Phil Semperfi and Steve in Columbus. Hello, all the listeners out there. It's the best day of the week. Looking forward to a nice, relaxing weekend. No real plans on the table, but the coffee's hot, the pickup's packed. Time to head into town, see what we can get into here on a Friday. Enjoy the day. Enjoy your weekend. From Steve in Columbus. Yeah, and I remember I'd seen I think we shared where Jimmy Swaggart had that found unconscious, had apparently a severe heart attack several weeks. I did not realize, I hadn't seen any updates until Brother Rambler just mentioned that. But I do see the story where the only son of Jimmy, Donnie Swaggart, told those who gathered at the service this past Wednesday evening at their church in Baton Rouge that the family is in the process of making some very difficult and hard decisions. We've called all the family to come into town, the grandkids who haven't been here. A meeting taking place today, Friday. Tough time, he says. He also told the congregation, we are facing the end unless a miracle takes place. The family, we're strong, and like I said, we'll be having a meeting with the entire family Friday. The next couple of days are going to be hard with the things that we have to discuss. I guess technically, it's machines that have been keeping him alive, right? Since the heart attack. It was June 15 when Donnie said he and his son discovered Jimmy at his home unconscious, wherein he was rushed to the hospital, placed in the intensive care unit, remained unconscious, and I guess that has been the change. Earlier this week, he said there has been no change since he was hospitalized on the 15th. So I guess, the whole decision, do we pull the plug, that sort of thing. All right, it's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When you're injecting injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All righty, as we head down the home stretch here on a Friday morning. If you were with us earlier this week, holding discussions about, of course, will the ceasefire between Israel and Iran hold? And a lot of talk about hearing the biblical prophecies of everything that's been unfolding in the Middle East. I shared a little segment where this, I can't recall who it was explaining that, I guess they were going back to the book of Ezekiel and the prophet saying that Israel would actually be living in a time of peace before their destruction. Technically, since 1948, they have never lived in peace. There's always been neighbors in other countries looking to bring them down. And some are speculating that time of peace may now be in the process of unfolding. And I think I mentioned at the time, are we going to maybe witness additional Arab countries joining in what they call the Abraham Accords? And sure enough, I've come across this past day. So the Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, said that the U.S. has been talking with a number of other countries about joining the Abraham Accords, which was a significant achievement of President Trump in his first term, establishing diplomatic ties between Israel and several Arab nations. Now, he said that the discussions have been irrespective of what's been happening in Iran, but we've been in discussions with multiple countries to come into the Abraham Accords. These are successful conversations. We expect to have a bunch of announcements in the coming weeks, maybe a month or so. That's always high on the agenda because it's very important, an important achievement that President Trump had in his first administration. He wants to build on that. That's like the bedrock of all things, of good things happening in the Middle East, he says. But if you'll recall, the Abraham Accords came about in 2020 when the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Morocco, Sudan agreed to normalize relations with Israel. Now, Witkoff did not disclose details of the countries that may be a part of this next expansion. But at Israel's 77th Independence Day reception at the embassy in D.C. last month, he made some similar comments stating that an announcement could be coming very soon. That led to speculation that maybe Saudi Arabia could be brought into the fold. Despite the lack of formal diplomatic ties, Saudi Arabia and Israel have had a quiet partnership, especially over their shared concerns about Iran, no less. Intelligence sharing, behind-the-scenes coordination have increased, especially when it came to Tehran's nuclear ambitions. During the Iranian missile attacks on Israel back in April of last year, Saudi Arabia reportedly provided the U.S. and Israel with intelligence at that point in time. So, I don't know, things to ponder. Thank you so much for being with us here on a Friday and throughout the past week. I think it's been an interesting week. We will be back at the midnight hour, Sunday night into a Monday morning to kick off a brand new week. Hope you'll join us then.
never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.